Okay, hello everybody. We are officially live. Thank you so much for being here. It's good to be here with you for the Energy Healing, Metaphysics, and Spirituality Conference. And we're in for an amazing journey today. Joan and I are just kind of tuning in with everybody in the Zoom room here. And everybody's sharing where they're from. So now we're live, Joan. We're live on your YouTube. We're live on Portal to Ascension, New Realities, 3 different Facebook groups, and we also have a bunch of people in the Zoom room here. But we're really excited for today. Today is truly a gift to the community, and it's going to be back-to-back energetic transmissions. A lot of beautiful energy is going to be cultivated here, and I'm just really happy to be here with you, John.
Yeah, Neil, it's not like we don't see each other all the time, but every time I see
this
you, I get so
with you.
excited. Yeah. No, I get very excited because healing, you could call me Dr. Joan today because healing has been my life for many, many years.
Mm-hmm.
And it's really important that we align body, mind, and spirit for wellness and,
Yes.
and understand that health comes from within. It truly is an inside job. We are what we eat, we are what we think, we are what we put out in the universe.
Right. Before we everybody right now is not only saying where they're from, but for everybody tuning in on the YouTubes and on other social media platforms right now, what we're doing is what we just decided about 5 minutes ago was how great it would be if we all just added what we are looking to work on, heal, bring into alignment for ourselves, for our loved ones. It could be something from the microcosm into your day-to-day lives. It can be the macrocosm, because truly the inner work and the healing work we do for ourselves reflects into the whole planet. And that's why it's so important for us to do the inner work, because without us really coming to that place of alignment and centeredness, the external reality, which is a reflection of our inner world, won't be able to cultivate that stillness as well. So that's why so many of the events that we do at Portal to Ascension really focus on that inner work, even when we talk about extraterrestrials, right? So if you're on any of those other platforms, and if you're just joining us in Zoom right now, go ahead and type in the chat, let us know where you're from so we can really create this global energy here, but also type in whatever you want to work on and heal.
I'm going to do that too, by the way.
And Joan, I thought it would be a good way, because I feel like you and I have different perspectives, not differences, but different perspectives on what healing is. So I thought it'd be great if you started with what it is to you, and I'll say what it is to me.
Oh, that is such a great question. So healing, my years as a chiropractor, we learned that the power that made the body can heal the body. Mm-hmm. And if you could, and that comes through innate intelligence in your body. So if you could access that innate wisdom, that power that made the body can actually turn on all the circuits in your body to work in alignment and harmony. Mm-hmm. And healing, it's not the symptoms. Symptoms are just a warning sign that we have problems in our body that need to be taken care of, but we don't divide our body into stomach, liver, gallbladder. When the body's out of alignment, it's the entire body. So to me, healing is looking at your entire body and shifting it energetically, aligning your body, your mind, and your spirit for wellness, and for your purpose. And so it's a matter of turning on your body's own healing powers. Mm-hmm. That was short and sweet.
Yeah, beautiful. So for me, I definitely agree with all that. And so I'll tell you my journey with the word healing and why for like 7 years of Portal to Ascension events, I never even used the word healing because of my judgments. Doing an event with the word healing in it is me really transcending a lot of my own stuff, because I always felt, Joan, that healing represented the word lack, that we're all, and if we looked at healing as something that we don't have, then how are we going to ever embody something if the universe only reflects what we put out there? And if we always feel that we don't have something, how are we going to really encourage that level of alignment? So for a long time, I never used the word healing because I just thought it was lack. I even did sound healings, right? Sound healings, I never called sound healings for ages. I only call them sound activations. And when I transcended my polarity with the term healing, and I realized that we can give it our own meaning on definition, doesn't have to symbolize lack. So what it really means to me is coming into alignment. And I shifted from, because so many people are healers, right? And so I really didn't resonate with the fact that someone is healing you. But now I kind of look at it as that individual is using a modality to remind your own inner world of how to heal itself. Kind of like what you were saying.
You have made a great transformation because, health, wealth, and happiness are the keys to life and a happy life, health, wealth, and happiness. And health is when all systems in your body are working together to give you the power to energize your mission, passion, and purpose. And so, and healers have a unique ability to activate that within you. It's not like they do anything to you. They bring energy through to allow your body to open up to being healthy, wealthy, and happy. I want the complete package.
So should we read some of what everybody's putting into the field here, Joan?
Yes. Oh my God, there's someone here from Portugal. Well, Anna, I am in Lagos, Portugal. So hello to you. And yes, a lot of Americans are moving here. I'm thinking of not even leaving. I haven't even told Neil that yet. All right.
Today I was thinking how much I can't wait for you to be here, Joan.
God, I think I should get you here. If you were here, you'd be going surfing. All right. So we have Michael from the UK. My alignment with source, world peace, and harmony, healing, my prosperity for the good of all souls involved. I'll read a couple and you can read a couple.
Yeah.
Dawn, I'd love to have negativity in me that just seems to come from the ways I learned from others. Yes, patterns, or how to survive from circumstances. But my true self just gets bombarded with them. I feel different than these generated negatives, but they still appear in my field, like patterns, and they get stuck in your auric field. So Dawn, that's really, really helpful. And Joanne is working on a pancreas issue and would have diabetes if I was not on a low carb eating plan. And, diet is one of the keys to helping with prevent diabetes. So good for you. I think you're going to get a lot of other, today is also a lot of energy healing.
Yeah.
And different modalities. So here we have Seattle in the house with Janet Gold to heal and align my whole self. We need a complete tune-up for KY. And Brandon has pictures and videos of crafts from the last few weeks, about 10 to 12 lights in a line formation. Oh, moved from Palm Springs to Desert Hot Springs. Just when I moved, you're seeing all the ships, guys. Just a few nights ago, then quickly dispersed. Oh my God, I'm so glad you guys are letting me know that you're from DHS and Palm Springs. And I understand there's a fire in up in Moronga also. All right.
There's a couple more here. So we only have a couple minutes till we got to officially start. So I'm going to read a couple more, tell you guys about why we're doing this event, and then we're going to talk about the flow for today. So Sue is saying here that she would love healing for increased vital energy for self and all beings. Janet is saying she's in Michigan and like to request healing for her body and brain as she continues to adjust the practice to the practice of intermittent fasting. Also requests to strengthen her connection with spirit. So let's do this for right now. Everybody is adding things to the field. We have it on social medias on the other platform as well. Let's just imagine we're creating this epic bubble where we can all have this safe experience to put whatever we want into this field. And everything that we're creating today just contributes to that bubble, that frequency of healing, alignment, strength, connection. Okay. So let's just take 30 seconds, just complete silence, and just envision that as everybody's putting it out here. We have 600 people registered for this event, plus the online platform. So we had a lot of good turnout for this event. So for everybody there connecting in, let's just take 30 seconds right now and just imagine that. Imagine a huge bubble like a dome around the universe. And that dome is this energetic bubble of healing, alignment, harmonic frequencies. And it is a safe place for all of us to contribute, to put in whatever we feel called to. With the awareness that as we put it out there, with trust, that the frequencies that we cultivate today will work towards whatever you're putting out into the universe. All right, so we're gonna get started in a couple of minutes here, guys. So I want to let you first know why we're doing this event like this, right? I've shared it with the speakers. I don't think I've shared it with everybody here, but many of you may have actually been a part of the survey I did a year and a half ago, where I asked the community, Portal to Ascension community, what are the topics that you're really into? We had extraterrestrials and UFOs, we had ancient history, we had energy healing and metaphysics. And this one had like 70% of everybody basically selected this exact title, energy healing, spirituality, and metaphysics. So I wanted to, and I put it in the pipeline to put an event to create this conference eventually, because obviously the community really was calling it forward and wanted to actually tap into this. So at first it was one of our regular events. And then about 2 weeks ago, we decided to shift it to from a regular event to just open it up to the world and the community, because not only is this a celebration, not only is this a celebration for the next evolution, the milestone of Portal to Ascension, right? Not only is this healing that we're receiving, Joan and myself, not only is this healing for Portal to Ascension and the journey that it's been on, right, which has been a rough ride for itself as well, but this is for everybody in this community to have up leveling. So it's a gift of frequencies, and also a party and a celebration to not only symbolize the evolution of what we're creating together, Joan and myself, but for all of you, because right now some things are really happening, some really huge things are happening on the planet. Paradigm shifting awareness is coming out like never before. You got to check out other events to know what that's all about. And so much so that the only way we can be the caretakers of this planet, the only way that we can move forward into this new reality is if we do the inner work so that it can reflect externally, like I just shared a little while ago. So this event, that's the aura of what we're creating here today. And now how it's going to flow. We have, how many speakers do we have, Joan? Do you remember?
I just went through the whole list a little while ago, didn't count them.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
9.1.
9.1. No, you're full person, Joan. That's too funny. So we're going to have 9 presenters, and then Joan is going to close us out with her transmission as well. And it's going to be 35 minutes each. Around 2 of them are going to have PowerPoint presentations where it's going to be more informational, and the rest of them pretty much like transmission, downloads, awareness, frequencies. So it's going to be, it's going to be not too fast paced, but we're going to be going from person to person every 35 minutes, really just like with these frequencies up until the end of the event. So strap on your seatbelts. We're about to go for an epic ride, and let's do it. Let's bring on our first guest, shall we?
We shall.
Okay, so I'll read Sabine's bio here. And so our first guest for today, our first speaker, is Sabine. And let me just go ahead and bring her on while I read her bio here.
She's a very powerful healer. We got to meet her in person in San Diego.
All right, so Sabine Mesner is a visionary futurist and 5D mentor, empowering awakening leaders to be in business with their sacred calling, combining her soul purpose branding approach with epigenetic human design, gene keys, and cutting-edge business and marketing guidance. Sabine helps her clients thrive as divinely inspired entrepreneurial stewards of the new earth. An award-winning Wired magazine designer, she blends 30+ years in arts, visual communication, and marketing with her extensive studies of quantum healing and indigenous cross-cultural energy modalities. Sabine's approach is equally enlightening and down to earth. She holds an MA in visual communication from Berlin University of the Arts and is the founder of Soul Purpose Branding and Soul Purpose Wealth. She is thrilled to be featured as one of the co-authors in Awakening Starseeds Volume 3, Dreaming into the Future, published by Radha's Publishing House. And Sabine is just an overall beautiful soul. We had her at a San Diego event. I'm so happy you're here, Sabine. Welcome.
Welcome, 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 Soul family. Thank you so very much, Joan and Neil, for having us here and for the unbelievable privilege and honor to help us open the energy healing, ascension portal. We've been preparing all week, and it was really remarkable to really learn as we were preparing for this very, very sacred event with all of you guys from all over the world. All various continents are represented, all of the various generations are represented. For us to come together and actually walk our talk, it became so clear that I didn't want to give a talk. I wanted to walk my walk alongside with you and help us all open up sacred space. So I want to introduce you to this drum here. This is a drum that I actually wove myself during a time when I had a very, very hard time finding self-acceptance and self-love. I saw love and beauty in everyone but myself. So this drum was created in the early 2000s, so between around 2002. And during that time, I was in an energy medicine training with Alberto Villoldo that brought me all the way up to Peru, Machu Picchu, and then Salcantay, where I found myself woven into the prophecy keeper rites of the Quero Incas. And they shared with us, at this point, over 20 years ago, that it was time for the wisdom keepers of the great indigenous traditions to come down from the mountains and to share their treasured knowledge and wisdom that they kept, safe for safekeeping for so many, many, many centuries. And they have all come down now from the mountains to give us this knowledge to be able to walk our wisdom. And this drum wanted to come into our session today. When I wove this drum, I want to also speak about the skin. The skin comes from deer, and this deer comes from the south of Oregon, close to the California border. So this deer skin comes from Eureka County, which is by Shasta, Mount Shasta, the root chakra of the planet. And deer in the indigenous traditions represents innocence and purity. So this skin for me represents the return to grace and us restoring ourselves from the inside out and really finding that deep self-love and deep self-acceptance that you can only find when you really travel through your heart. You can't find it in your mind. Not even affirmations will really take it all the way there. This is the kind of self-love and deep self-acceptance. And this is why this drum beat is so incredibly healing.
Sabine, just to let you know, when you speak and you play the drum, the frequencies contradict each other, or
okay.
So if you do the drum by itself, we can hear it.
Okay, good. All right, sounds good. So then I'm just going to briefly just complete the introduction to this drum. It also was participating in a number of very powerful sweat lodge ceremonies on Panta Meadows in Mount Shasta. And because we live in Arizona, it also brings the Sedona frequency. So as we are going through this drum opening, I'm going to stop to open up sacred space and then just drum in sort of intervals, since I can't speak over the drum. Does that sound good?
Sounds great.
Awesome. Thank you for being here today and for gathering. Let's see ourselves locking hands and locking arms across the globe in unison and harmony to restore the world as we see it on a soul level, to restore beauty, harmony, grace, to bring centropy in a world that we know will go deeper and deeper into entropy. And as we are moving out of the Piscean age and the belief systems are not only clashing, they're also melting away in front of our eyes. And we're losing grip on the very fabric of our reality. And the entropy is like a river that takes us into the great unknown, into the great mystery. Let us find ourselves in our inner standing. Let us find the centropy inside of our ascension portal. Deep inside of our spine, we have our spinal cord. This spinal cord is the ascension column. It is connected to the light shaft that connects us with our higher soul aspects, our oversoul, and all the way up through the great sensual sun. It also connects us with source, with the divine creation, with God, with the I am that I am. So as we're opening up sacred space, I invite each and every one of you to put both of your palms onto your heart and follow the heartbeat of your soul as we are interlinking our breath and our beats with the ley lines of the Great Mother, of our Gaia. We have the privilege to go on this ascension journey alongside with her. This is in unison. We are not separate. We're not speeding ahead. We're not slowing it down. We're right there with her. As the stargates are returning from the inversion and the reversion that has happened, as all of the meridians are reconnecting, and as we are remembering who we are at core level, we are accelerating from the 2-strand DNA to the 12-strand DNA. And as such, coming home. We're coming home as beauty walkers. With every step that we put on the soul of this beautiful planet, we're activating the meridians of this consciousness that is inhabiting our earth, and vice versa. Earth is giving us electromagnetic feedback that we're on the right path. That's all we need to know, and that's all we can continue to do, is walking our journey, walking ourselves into the light, being the beauty walkers. We're honoring the great mountains with the great wisdom keepers all across the continents. We're honoring Machu Picchu. We're honoring Salcantay. We're honoring the Kara Incas. We're honoring the Lemurian and all of the wisdom keepers, Saint Germain and Mount Shasta. We're honoring the south rim and the north rim of the Great Canyon, the Grand Canyon. We're honoring the European Alps and all of the wisdom keepers in the Alps. We're honoring all of the mountains in Africa, in New Zealand, in Asia, in India, and all the way to Nepal and the Himalayas. We are honoring all of the wisdom keepers, and we are asking for the mountain tops to bring us into the knowledge, to bring us into the wisdom. Today, And as we continue to walk our journey forward, to be able to connect with that was actually never lost. We are also asking for the oceans, for the rivers, for all of the waters that are connecting all of the bodies of consciousness across the continents to nurture us, to replenish us, and to let us drink from the deep, deep, deep well of inner guidance, intuition, and wisdom.
Sabine, sorry to cut you off, but your drum is blocking out your sound entirely. So after the first,
Okay.
so if you can maybe not use the drum and just
Not
do it with
use
your
the
voice, that'll be best. Yeah.
Okay, sounds good. Well, she wanted to be here, so at least you got to feel the drum beat. Let's open up sacred space and begin in the south. This is the tradition that I learned through the Kara Incas, and we're calling on the winds of the south that are bringing us into the energies of transformation and healing. So we're asking for the south to come into our medicine space and to bring us deep transformation, to let us wake up tomorrow morning in a brand new body, in a brand new skin, and to see the world with innocence and beauty and grace. We're also calling on the winds of the west, which is the power, the confidence that we can walk our talk and that we can speak our truth, connecting our throat chakra with our solaris plexus chakra and really becoming fearless truth speakers, not just seekers in our heads, in our minds, but people that are actually walking their inner knowing and don't need to get entangled into controversy anymore. We're calling on the north for the wisdom, the deep insight, and the ancestral lineages to support us. We're calling on those who have walked before us and those who are walking after us, our children's children, to whisper through the veils and to bring us solutions, both from the ancient past and the ancient future. We understand that linear time is over now, and we are operating now in the eternal now. There is no more lack because we can really remember ourselves across timelines, across the illusion of time. We can become whole. And our healing today, our remembrance today will affect all of the ones who have come before us and all of the ones who are coming after us. Truly, on a quantum level, it is a ripple that is going out into infinity. For energy can never be created nor destroyed. So as we are restoring ourselves into wholeness to the best of our ability and flexibility today, at this pivotal moment, we are the stability. We are the centropy in the entropy. As all of the held energies are being released, we hold the blueprint for the new earth, for this new paradigm. It's a different experience to be talking about the new paradigm coming than it is to walk as a new paradigm steward. And this is the switch that we're all making out of our minds. We're literally losing our minds to return to our senses, to our sixth senses, to become sixth sensory living intelligences, sixth sensory beings. This is the journey that we're all walking, and today will bring us a big, big, big step forward. So to the winds of the north, reconnect us with the ancient wisdom, reconnect us with the libraries, with the cosmic ancestry, and keep us in this guided protection stream of knowledge and wisdom and insight. We're also calling on the winds of the east. We're calling on enlightenment on all of the ascended masters that have done exactly what we are doing now. We're calling also on the Arcturians and other star brothers and star sisters who have successfully gone through an ascension as a planetary system. It's not for the faint of heart, which is why it takes such strong-hearted centeredness, which is why we're dropping more and more and more into our hearts of hearts, where the enlightenment takes form, where the enlightenment brings out the new creations. We're asking for all of the wisdom from these ascended masters who are right besides us to continue to walk with us, to continue to merge with us as we are moving forward into the most exciting and also challenging chapter of our ascension journey. Really asking for that centropy, for that centeredness inside of our own ascension calling. And then we're also calling forth the center of the four winds. We're calling forth not only the center of the universe to be present here in this ascension portal energy healing, but we're also calling forth the heart of hearts. We're calling forth the divine unity of creation, the divine Father, divine Mother, and the divine lovemaking from where we originated in the center of this sacred space. And now I'd like for all of you guys to invite you to see these winds, these gates opened up, the south for healing, the west for empowerment and courage, the north for living wisdom, and the east for illumination and enlightenment. And in the center is where it all begins and where it all now emanates out into our dimensions and into our reality to make the illusion fall away, to allow the dissolution to occur, which is so necessary. One of the most challenging chapters to go through, the dissolution, even of the things that we really still held on to. We may have to let those go as well. And to celebrate the dissolution of the illusion, the false reality matrix that is falling apart in front of our eyes. It takes one to know one. It takes us to know ourselves, which is why at the beginning it was always said, know thyself. And we are now knowing ourselves through the remembrance. And what does it actually mean to remember? It means a member comes home to itself. Soul fragments that have been splintered off, fragmented, blasted, divided, we can reassemble them. We can call them forth from various timelines where they may be still stuck in trauma, in pain, in confusion, and we can bring all of these soul fragments and aspects home to ourselves, into our hearts of hearts. And this is what the sacred circle is designed to facilitate. A great celebration, a majestic celebration, a grandiose celebration of us coming home. Not just inside of our own self, each and every one in their own light column, their own light shaft, but also a grand homecoming as we're holding arms and hands across the globe as a light chain, strengthening each and every one of us, transporting wisdom and information from one to another, spoken and unspoken. We all get it. We all are up-leveling. We're all truly activating dormant DNA. We were told it is junk DNA in our right hemisphere. It is not junk DNA. It is the evidence of how much we've got scrambled up. And as we are on this exodus passage from the left hemisphere, out of the mind control and the brainwashing, we're going across the ascension bridge through the pituitary gland and are connecting over into the right hemisphere, where we are remembering, where we're picking up the broken pieces, the cables, the connections that have been severed. And because the blueprint is still whole and has never, ever, ever been tarnished whatsoever, it is very, very easy and effortless to put ourselves back together. And this is the metaphysics of remembrance. To walk into our right hemisphere and to see the beauty and to see the blueprint for the original creation, to see the love where we've come from. Love is all there is. Love heals all there is. Love truly is the key. And this is why this drum wanted to come and speak to you today. The message that she had for me, and I'm sorry that I can't drum a little bit more for you guys here on this, through this echo chamber. She had this message for me, which was really the healing that she brought to me, that self-love is the number one key at this time, the love of self, which also includes that we must love all of the parts that we have disassociated with, because if we don't love them and if we don't incorporate them into our fold, then they will play out their hurtful, painful ways. We're all one. And if we want to stop for this, if we want that nonsense to stop that still goes on, then we need to gather all of these aspects, all of these attentions and focuses and energies that still have us entangled. We've been told that we need to watch the movie. I want to remind everybody, we are now at the phase where we are the director of this movie. And if we continue to be director-less and watching the movie, then who is directing our movie for us? Reach across the globe, across the continents. Look at each other through your third eye. See all of these glorious humans. We got this. We are the director of the movie. We have the blueprints already. And the self-love and the self-acceptance is the first step. Remember, we cannot change what we can't accept. And self-acceptance, multidimensional self-acceptance, when we don't even know which roles we're playing in parallel universes and on and on and on, is the number one key of the coherence that we are creating in the ascension column. Calling all of our distortions, all of our fragmentations, all of the roles that we have, played and been induced into, calling them all to the standstill today and bringing us home into the ascension column. I'd like for all of us to see ourselves completely illuminated, fully grounded through the sole of our feet, wherever we are on this planet. I'd like for all of you guys to see from the feet, from your souls, like a network, like a luminous network, strands of consciousness streaming out and penetrating the soil. Even if you are in an apartment building on the 10th floor, you can still see your consciousness connecting with the soil of your local earth. And I'd like for all of you guys also to connect through the crown, through the ascension column, through your light shaft, through the connection to the great central sun and to your oversoul, to really create this light shaft. So we're all essentially now together in a circle in the ascension portal, like Neil and Joan have initiated for us years ago. And each and every one of us has the essential portal inside of us. It connects all the way from our oversoul, all the way down the ascension portal, through the spine, through our feet, into the heart of our planet. And as we are lit up like this, connected, centered in this open space, I want to say thank you. Thank you for the bravery to be alive at this time. Thank you for your courage to not look away. Thank you for your resilience, your vibrational resilience to stay in the game no matter what. Thank you for always being able to drop into your heart and to remember who you really are. Take a breath, smile, and more than ever before, love yourself unconditionally. Thank you. Sacred space is open.
Oh my goodness.
Thank you so much, Sabine. Perfect way to start out.
Very, very powerful. I'm so sorry we couldn't hear your drum because I know that the music would call us home. I loved how you called in the 4 directions and called the pieces of our soul that have been fragmented back to us.
That is a perfect way to start out, to call in those elements. Yeah.
Mhm.
And I love the analogy. I say that analogy quite often, that we are the directors of this movie, and we're the directors and the actors, and we forgot that we're acting, and we forgot that we can direct. And right now, what happens when you know you're the director is you can rewrite the code, you can rewrite the script, right?
Beautiful, beautiful. Yeah, I was so looking forward to, like I said, bringing us into an even more accelerated heartbeat through the drums. But I trust that you got the transmission from the indigenous lineages and really bringing us also into this congruence across the globe. It's such an honor to be here. And I want to say thank you again to you, Neil and Joan. We're in this together. We keep walking along this journey. We keep meeting up in Egypt, in Glastonbury, as a soul family, you know. And I want to say thank you so much for all of the hard work and dedication that the two of you put in. It's such an honor for us to be part of it, and everyone contributes and everybody, you know, benefits. So you are really, really, truly living your mission. Thank you.
Thank you, Sabine.
As you are, and I hope you stop in the chat and talk to everyone. I'm putting in your links so people can find you. And I think people heard it on a soul level. You know, we're working with our inner ear, our inner sight and our inner ear. And so we could feel your heart as you played. It's great.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Love you, Sabine. Thank you.
Love you.
Love you so much. We'll see you soon.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Amazing. That drum was so beautiful, Neil. So we're calling in Leslie.
There we go. You want to go ahead and introduce Leslie?
I will. Let me see. Let me look at him for a second and say hi. Hello, Leslie. We are happy to see you today. Turn on your camera. There you are. All right. How wonderful to see you.
Thank you. It's wonderful. I'm on the other side of the house, so I heard the drum. And I was like, maybe I should open the door so that it can come through my speaker, my microphone. It is it's a sound that I'm very familiar with here at our home. So it's very lovely.
I love it. I love it. All right. Well, let me introduce you. So guys, Leslie Allen Finkel is on a mission to free people from their trauma, pain, and everyday stresses so they can thrive and enjoy life to its fullest. He is the founder of Unstoppable Healing Man. I love that, Unstoppable Healing, where he leads clients to profound life and health changes using an ancient Taoist healing science called Qi. I'm going to ruin that.
Nay.
Qi Sang.
Yeah.
Leslie's passionate about helping people heal holistically from the inside out, which is what we were talking about. His clients report astounding results, including relieving chronic pain from accidents and physical injuries, releasing emotional trauma, anxiety, or eliminating digestive and hormonal issues. He, by the way, had a 31-year career in information technology and 26 years with the City of Phoenix Police, where he administered some of their systems. So we're very proud of him for all of that, plus 25 combined years studying these systems, Tai Chi and martial arts. He is the co-author of the Amazon bestseller book, Energy, Healing, and Soul Medicine, Stories of Healing and Miracles, and has been a featured author in the Awakening Starseed, Volume 3 of Radha's book, Dreaming into the Future. So very interesting, directing our story and dreaming into the future with Leslie Allen. So we're happy to have you.
Thank you so much. So let's see.
You should be able to, I'm sure Neil set you up to share the screen.
Share and then share. Here we go. All right. Everyone's seeing. Let's put the toolbar down a little bit. Here we go. Play. Boom. Here we go. So, we're going to go back to the top. Excuse me. Here we go. Play. Okay. Is everyone seeing this?
We see it.
Awesomeness. Okay. So first off, thank you so much for creating this event. It is, as so many people in the audience have said, it's very much needed, and everybody is part of this ascension that we as humans and the planet is going through, and we all need a little help with to each other. And I wanted to say that this is it's just lovely. I'm still getting it in my mind that I'm here doing this. I have so much to share. So today I bring in divine masculine, the healing part. That's one of the things that I love. I have a very strong feminine, very strong masculine, and so my presence has always been super helpful. But for today's talk, I want to talk to people about fascia. This is such important subject topic. It's a part of our body that we don't know. Most people don't know about, don't think about. So to start, I want everyone to close their eyes, settle into their body, take a deep breath. Listen to your breath and do another. And now I want you to actually go inside your body and visualize everything that's in there. Visualize the bones, your skeleton, visualize them, see them connected together, see them creating your whole body, and then see your organs in your abdomen and see them in there. See your liver is going to be over on your right upper side, and your spleen over on your left side, your bladder, your kidneys. This is something that when I work with people, I have them do because there's something that I call smiling energy. And I want you to think about any place in your body which is not feeling good, has discomfort. And I want you to, as you take a breath, send smiling energy, send a smile, literally smile, and send it through your body to that place. It's very, very, very important to actually have a connection to everything in your body, to smile, talk to it, because everything has its own conscious. And then this is going to bring us into the fascia, because fascia is this super highway that's covering and is throughout our body. And I like to say or feel that information and energy is traveling throughout our body, from our organs and our bones, through this fascia. It's kind of, even considered where the soul resides, because it's connecting every cell in our body in a miracle of way. So here, the fascia, can it be the information network highway in our body? And what I have worked with people is that we store energies throughout our body. And the energies, some of them are also negative or harsh from traumas that we have had in our own life, passed to us through our parents, our grandparents, our lineage, or the morphogenetic field, which is a whole energy that everybody is connected to as humans and animals as well, plants, etc. But some of these energies are harsh and stuff, and so we can actually go into our body where they're stored and release them. So when that starts collecting inside of us, and sometimes it starts causing physiological changes in us through all sorts of different modalities, even in meditations. And I know there will be other people today on our conference that will be sharing about how they do it as well. But the answer is yes, you can change what is inside your body. You can change your DNA, who you are, because in epigenetics, our DNA is created by the energy of our environment, and that includes the energy that is inside of us. So, in case you didn't know, this is what fascia is. Fascia is this amazing material that is in our body, and it surrounds everything in our body. And Western medicine is actually starting to catch up with Eastern medicine, in that there's already 160 or over 160 different fascia types documented in our body. So your bone, your nerves, your muscles, your organs are all encased in this incredible material. It's elastin and collagen, and has even been shown to have its own nerves inside of it, so that it's as sensitive as your skin. I mean, and I was thinking about this yesterday. It's like, why do we feel pain inside? It's, where's it coming from? What is telling the nerves to tell our mind that there's pain? And I believe that's information that is being stored and then transmitted through fascia as well into the nerves. And fascia has even been shown to have muscle cells, and as I said, nerves. So fascia, you can imagine, is holding the structure of everything in our body. So you would think that it's strong, it is, but it's not rigid. It's actually flexible and malleable and spongy and slippery too, so that when the blood vessels and the muscles are moving in the body, and where the organs are sitting inside our abdominal cavity, they slip and slide next to each other. Could you imagine if everything was rough and hard and everything would be clanking inside, and you'd be getting friction, and it wouldn't be working very well. So it's an absolutely incredible, fascinating part of what fascia is. Now, on the flip side of that is, fascia also is imprintable. So when you have surgery, injuries, if you fell, if you have emotional trauma as well, which leads to inflammation in the organs or in the tissues and the muscles, the swelling or that hitting of the fascia can leave imprints and then adhesions, and some of them will last even a lifetime. They'll start forming even a glue-like adhesion, so where they aren't moving. And when that happens, then when muscle is moving over other muscles, when blood vessels are in between muscles and tissues and they're getting stuck, it's causing that part of the body to not function as well. And then also when we have these traumas, they get into our body, and we actually store them. And in Taoist philosophy, we store them in our organs and in the fascias. And when they're there, they start leading to creating inflammation. And then with the inflammation, then toxins start building. And then so certain organs may start getting toxin buildup. So you might get things like jaundice or eczema, which are normally like in your joints, in the creases of your elbow or your underarms behind the knees. So as this happens, these messages, which is information, being stored in the fascia and in the organs, need to be processed and released. And that's all that needs to be done. When that's not happening, though, and this is a cyclic cycle here of different energies being stored in different organs and the fascia that is surrounding and encasing all of them. And so there's 5 elements, and many of you've probably heard of the 5 elements. You have fire, earth, metal, wood, and water. And most everything starts with stress. Maybe you're driving on the freeway and you're in a lot of traffic. Maybe you're at work and it's very stressful. Maybe you're a student in school and you're being picked on and bullied, and there's stress that starts happening. So that energy, which is information, gets into us, and then it's being stored in these different organs. And as that gets into them, they start not functioning as well. And it also starts affecting us. And so we start slowing down in how we operate during the day and in our life. And we start feeling sluggish. We start getting pains and aches, because the emotions are also, you got to understand, leading to also physical issues. So they're interconnected. They're not just separate. So when we have emotional issues, and even if we overcome them in our mind, like, you know what, I'm going to meditate, I'm going to come over it, I'm going to, go for a hike, I'll feel better. Well, you are, but some of that information or that trauma energy is still in the organs. And so it takes a little bit more of a direct, specific process to go to them and then process them. But as you can see from this cycle, all the different organs have different energies. So I'll just say we have fear in our lungs, which is a metal organ, which is also the large intestine. And we have anger in our liver and our gallbladder. And we have a lack of support. So if you're feeling like no one's supporting you, your family's not supporting you, your friends aren't supporting you, you feel like you're having to do stuff by yourself, that's a lack of support energy. And that's going into your earth organs, which are your spleen and your pancreas. And then if you have jealousy and other fiery issues, which are going to be small intestine in your heart, they are going to lead to issues that are also in your heart. And you might be getting, higher blood pressure. You might be getting palpitations. You might be getting angina. So that's the very, very big key to when we're starting to get physical symptoms in our body, is to actually look at the emotional issues that we may have. And having a very strong background in computers, I love this analogy when I look at this picture of, the human fascia and the skin, and you're going to have fascia at the this upper layer, and then in the middle layer, and then in the deeper level. it looks like the same thing as this computer chip here. Multiple layers of fascia with information traveling through, connected to this organ, to that organ, to that muscle, to that joint. So it only makes total sense to me that we operate as a human computer, not just in our, our mind or our brain, but literally our body without our even knowing it. And that's a beautiful thing, that we don't even have to control it. It just is autonomic. And over here on the right, you can see the abdominal area here where adhesions are starting to form. That's those white lines right there. And with that, there's those, we sometimes feel, when things happen, you might say, oh, I got a pain in my throat, something with your voice, or maybe I have a knot in my stomach, or when you're really nervous, you start feeling maybe even kind of a apple in your throat, or even a knot in your stomach. So butterflies, etc. So these emotions, you can, in your mind, you can actually visualize how they are affecting you, how you feel. Case in hand, this was me a few years ago. And I wanted to show this picture to you because you may have been injured or may have had something happen and you don't realize what it's done inside of you. So in this story, I was driving on a freeway here in Phoenix, minding my own business, going about 25 miles an hour in traffic, cars and traffic all around me. And this Aramark truck came in right behind me and just bam, bashed right into me. And I went like this. I saw it in my mirror for just a second. And the next thing you know, I went like this. And then I wasn't in pain, but it was almost like a shock. So we pulled off the side of the road in a parking area, and I came out and I see this solid steel bumper on the truck. And I look at it and I go, oh my God, what force had to punch solid steel like that? And then I look at the back of my truck and I look at my hitch, I look at my truck, and I don't see a scratch. And I'm like, well, where did all that energy go to? All that energy, and you can imagine this is several tons, this truck, all that energy slamming into me went through the frame of the truck and into my body when I was seatbelted into the seat. Well, it's not just the strap that was going over my shoulder that got the, the impact and the injury. Yes, I had black and blue and my collarbone hurt, but every bone, every nerve, every muscle in my body got that impact as well. And hence, that's why it took over 9 months of physical therapy and chiropractic care and massage therapy to work the fascia, work the organs, work everything into a better place, because that fast action will actually make an impact and change the memory of the structures in our body. And so here I'll take you the connection between fascia and the chronic pain, but I want you to think deep inside your body too. Think about if you're on your bike and you fell, and yeah, you cut your elbow up or you bruise your shoulder, but think deeper inside your body where injury has happened, and then where the adhesions start forming, and why you can no longer like move your arm as easily. People can't raise their arm as easily, even though the major muscle and everything is healed. There's still those adhesions, and so that's something that is very, very, very important to think about when you're healing yourself, and it's healing from the inside out, not just from the outside. So this is actually how I healed myself, and everybody does heal yourself. As Joan said earlier, what heals the body is what created the body. And in this scene, you can see, I want to kind of like drive home how the information is traveling through our body, and then by focusing and sending our own thought energy into the body, into those places, you can process that emotion that's in an organ or in the fascia. And that's exactly what I did. I received a healing from a Tibetan Dakini, and she was able to open up this blockage, this energy blockage I had in my back. Now, the rest of my body was all healed, but that ache, and what it was the trauma that was being stored. And then I processed that. I felt this warm molasses just flowing all over my back. And that's when I realized how energy is flowing, and that when it's not flowing, you're not necessarily aware of it. You're only aware of the chronic ache that you're having. So you can permanently release those energies that are being stored in your body so that the fascia comes back to this healthy, moist, slippery, malleable place. You know, and I didn't mention, but when those toxins start building up in your body, in the organs, the fascia starts becoming dry and brittle, so it's not slippery anymore. And that's also leading to other issues in the body. So part of your healing journey is to process those messages when they're in your body. And I'm going to knock on my desk. They're knocking, and they want to be processed. You need to process them. And if you don't process them, because in our daily lives, in our busy lives, we compartmentalize those emotions and those fears and angers, or what do we have? Because we have to take care of the kids, we have to feed the animals, we have to go to work, we have to drive, we have to be focused. And so we stuff them and we don't process them. And then they're there and they're knocking louder. So the key to healing yourself from these traumas and these energies that we're storing is to process. And when they process, they let go. And I've seen this in hundreds and hundreds of people where, you know, you're working with someone and I just barely touch them. And they like, oh my God, that hurts so much. It feels like a knife is inside me. And it's like, I'm barely touching, but I know you feel it. And I work away from it. And then I'll tell them that message, that pain is gone. And they don't believe me. And I'm like, look, and I start pushing them where the pain was. And they're like, oh my God, the pain's not there. And it's like, no, there was a message that you processed and you let go. And sometimes in this process, you know it and you know what that message is. You may realize what the trauma was, but sometimes you don't. And it's not necessary to know. So, and then the result of processing these energies and letting them go is freedom. So I always tell people what's important when you have all this stuff going on and everything's congested is to, when you let go a little bit at a time, you create space inside of you. You create space, to have bigger and more healing, but you also have now space for new experiences and new ideas and new information, healthy information to come into your mind, into your body. So you start feeling more free. You start having clarity in your thinking. You're not feeling like the weight of the world is on you. And the analogy I make for people also is that think of when you're just got all this stuff going on and you're feeling like it's so hard to get out of bed every day and you're just dragging your feet because you don't have that energy. But when you start moving, think of it as this closet that's just filled stuff with everything. You open it and you can't do anything with it. So you start pulling a little out at a time. And then you get a little bit more space in there. And you start pulling out a little more. But now it starts getting more easy to get into the closet and to pull things out, to move things around, to shift. And so as you start releasing these energies, processing them and letting them go, and then making space inside of you, then your life will literally start changing because of these energies not being there. You will have a better and more stronger presence in your life to process and also handle situations when they come to you. The less of that garbage, of that stuff that you have inside of you, the better you'll be able to recognize triggers or other things that were affecting before, but won't have that same effect on you now. So that's what I wanted to share with you about fascia and your organs and these energies that are stored inside you. The body is a miracle. It's divine and it works. And when you give it the right environment, the healthy environment, including the foods that we take in, because, you know, we don't want foods with pesticides, we don't want to breathe in pollution, et cetera, like that, then we are bringing a better, healthy energy environment into our body, and we will start feeling better and our body will work better. So my prayer for everybody and wish for everybody is to I'm sending out healing, what I call thought energy. Not just a prayer, but I think of it as an energy and sending it out. And it's so easy and it's so fast. And thank you very much for being with me today and listening to me. And I hope that you have a great takeaway of what I've shared. I just wanted to add that you can see more about me at unstoppablehealing.com. You can contact me at leslie@unstoppablehealing.com. And the slide doesn't show it, but you can also, I work with frequency energy technologies as well. And you can see more about that at centropics.us/unstoppable healing. So thank you so much. Thank you, Neil. Thank you, Joan. It's been a pleasure. I'm excited for the day.
Beautiful. Thank you, Leslie. You know, it's important to know, and as you touched on here, that our bodies have these mechanisms in it, and we have modalities in order to release trauma from our actual body, right?
Yes.
And so you shared overall fascia, but I'd love for you to share, you know, what are some modalities to help release trauma from the fascia?
So you're asking what modalities do that?
Yeah, because I know there's rolfing, right? But this deep
Oh,
fascia
Well,
release,
I have friends who are massage therapists. So, you know, what I do with Chinate Song is not massage therapy, even though I am with my hands going into the abdominal cavity. And primarily I work with the lungs. So rock and shake so that the fascia is broken up so that you can breathe deeper. But I go into the diaphragm moving. So sometimes, you know, people breathe shallow. So that also happens with the massage therapy. I know massage therapists say they were working with someone and they started crying. And if you're a beginner massage therapist, you might wonder, like, oh my God, what do I do? But it's actually emotional trauma that's being released. There's myofascial release. Swedish massage, rolfing, even meditation. Like in the beginning where I said, I want you to go into your body and visualize your organs, visualize the place where it hurts, you know, and so you can even do that yourself, but you can self-manipulate yourself too. So I teach people how to do that into the abdomen, into the lungs, into the diaphragm, and people can do that themselves.
Beautiful. Thank you so much, Leslie. Joan, did you want to jump in here?
I do want to jump in here. You know, I really like that you reminded people that our body really holds trauma and that it can hold it forever, trauma from even childhood, unless it's released.
Absolutely. And, go ahead. Sorry.
No. I just want.
Oh, yeah. I've seen where people had trauma that was actually from a family member a couple generations before. And in the work, this fear came out of them about what a grandmother had done before she was even born. And that was in my training where I saw that. I'm so blessed that I got to train with this Tibetan Dakini in Canada, where I work with people in my training. And I saw what comes out of people, the trauma that comes out that's there. And it's everybody has it. Nobody is immune to it. And it is literally, even from just daily stressful lives, even from being called a name when you were a child, or even as an adult, if you were, affected and, maybe, were involved in some sort of incident. The trauma, and when I say trauma, we think of trauma as being like this big, serious thing. Trauma has all sorts of different degrees and level, but it's still there and still a little bit. And the problem is, as time goes on, it accumulates if we don't work on ourselves.
Yeah, exactly. So would you say that the process of being born is a traumatic experience that goes into our fascia, that we need to work that out?
Well, yeah, absolutely. Especially depending if we're born, through the birth canal, or if we're born by, cesarean. Huge difference. And, I don't want to go into the details, but if they're using forceps and all sorts of things, it just depends. Umbilical cord wrapped around your neck as you're coming through, if you are, inversed and not coming feet first. All sorts of different traumas that, can come in that way. Emotionally, because we're emotional beings from the get-go, because we're actually getting that information from the chromosomes and the DNA from our parents. So, are we
With you.
Oh, I just lost a video there. So, yes, it starts from there. And then, think about someone who's born in a water birth, where you're not getting the big, change from the atmosphere of the, being in the uterus and the fluid into the water. So there's many things that can affect you from that get-go. But yes, those issues that I said that are from past generations, come to us as when we're born from the get-go.
Yeah.
Thank you for sharing all this. Very, very
Yeah.
important.
Thank you, Leslie.
Thank you
Appreciate
very
brother.
much. Yes.
Honored to have you there.
We'll talk soon, Leslie. Appreciate you.
Yes.
All right. Well done, Leslie.
As I'm realizing this, something is coming up that has come up multiple times in my life, which is like, it's almost like this world is set up to traumatize us.
You're reading my mind again, Neil. I was going to say that the last few years have been so traumatic. And
Yeah.
so we really do need to have this kind of clearing and healing
Constant practice. So it's like, yeah. Go ahead, Joan.
An awareness that this is going on, that even if we're living day to day, there's really a lot going on around us and in our energy field. And if it's not cleared, it will stick in there.
Right. It's like, I'm thinking, how do traumas manifest? Okay. In every disharmonic experience that you could create on this earth, from criminal behavior to relationship issues, right? So it's like, maybe like what will happen in the world that we're envisioning and that we're working towards creating is an education of the fact that our bodies are such, energy is such, that we can take on these traumas and they can manifest in disharmonic ways, and then we become a product of past lives, our traumas in this life, and maybe an education and an implementation within the educational system being raised on ways to release these traumas or to bring us up to a place of centeredness.
Right. A complete reboot of the entire healing world and the medical world, which has really prohibited people from even knowing that your body can heal itself. And there's ways to do that. So I bet our next speaker, Kathleen, is going to talk about some of these wonderful aspects.
Yes. So let's get into Kathleen Kovold, everybody. She has a doctoral degree in educational psychology with a specialization in transpersonal psychology and a master's degree in psychological counseling. Over the years, Kathleen has studied philosophy, psychology, counseling, education, intuition development, energy healing, culturally diverse spiritual paths, and the UFO/UAP phenomena. Together with her husband for 13 years, they raised sheep and chickens who taught her about the incredible intelligence of nature's creatures at the deepest level, where all truly one consciousness. And for her pure energy presentations, intuitive guidance, Kathleen synthesizes her research and creates presentations She teaches at colleges, wellness centers, local venues, and online via Zoom. She also offers private intuitive guidance sessions for the Holy Well Oracle cards readings. You might have seen Kathleen on Portal Ascension a few times because she speaks on so many topics. And my favorite being, I would say my favorite topics of yours are the ancient history ones, because that's my favorite topic in general, but really multifaceted, multidimensional individuals. So Kathleen, thank you so much for being here once again.
Thank you, Neil. And what I'm talking about today is not so much ancient history, but maybe to some of the people here, I'm going to go back to the 70s and 80s. And that might be ancient history to some people.
You're so funny. Your mind works like that. You have to bring in the historical context, you know.
That's right. It's so funny. So, yeah, so I am very honored with all these wonderful healers that we have here today to just also honor some of the people who have come before us and done really culture-changing research. So I'm going to share my screen. I do have a PowerPoint here. Okay, so I have my screen set up. And we're here at Portal to Ascension's Energy Healing, Metaphysics, and Spirituality Conference. And I'm going to be talking about the power of the mind to heal. In this presentation, I will share examples of pioneering scientific research that demonstrates the mind's ability to both affect matter and promote healing. So we are going to go back kind of ancient, right at the very beginning, and then we'll bring it up to the 70s and 80s, because I want to go back to Hermetic wisdom and really honor that so much that we understand today is kind of grounded in some of this ancient wisdom. In ancient times, there was a great teacher known as Hermes Trismegistus, if I pronounce that correctly. And he was well known at the time, so ancient that it's not clear exactly who he was or where he came from. But over the centuries and across many lands, a collection of Hermetic principles was passed down verbally from teacher to student. And then in 1908, a book entitled The Kabbalion was published by the Yogi Publication Society in Chicago, Illinois. The anonymous authors called themselves...
For some reason, we can't hear you.
I hear her. Yeah, I hear you, Kathleen.
No, it's me.
Okay, I should just continue then?
Yeah, continue. Keep going.
It's me, sweetheart. Sorry.
Okay, that's okay, Joan. Very good. Okay, so the anonymous authors called themselves the Three Initiates and provided explanations and commentary on these Hermetic principles. Listed in the Kabbalion are 7 Hermetic principles, but for this presentation, we're just concentrating on the very first Hermetic principle, which is the principle of mentalism. This principle is foundational to the understanding of the Hermetic view of the nature of reality. In the Kabbalion, it states, the all is infinite living mind. And it also states the universe and all it contains is a mental creation of the all. Verily, indeed, all is mind. The Kabbalion also states true Hermetic transmutation is a mental art. So Hermeticists teach that the great work of influencing the physical world is accomplished by mental power. So for all the healers here today, we know that focused thought, prayer, and visualization, which are all forms of a type of mental energy, can affect matter, which is in its essence mind, just at a lower rate of vibration. This is what the Hermeticists teach us, that it's all mind, and that it's all at different levels of vibration. So by using our focused thought, prayer, and visualization, we can affect matter, which is in affect mind as well, but just at a lower rate of vibration. Now, this is important. We're not saying mind like the thinking, logical, rational, linear type of mind that our human personality uses. They say mind in the Kabbalion and in Hermetic teachings, but today I think a better term would be consciousness. So if we can replace when the Kabbalion and Hermetic teachings talk about mind to consciousness, I think we get a better grasp of what they're saying. This is more of an all-pervasive knowing, a knowing that every creature and actually everything has access to. As a matter of fact, every creature and everything is composed of this consciousness, because this consciousness is essentially what we can think of as God or God's consciousness, which is the all according to the Hermetic teachings. So we can say everything everywhere is God. There is nothing else but God. And because God's consciousness makes up everything, everyone and everything is conscious and intelligent in its own way. Not everything speaks English, although we can get telepathic communication with things that don't speak English, which is interesting. So we can speak or communicate with even objects, because everything and everyone has this consciousness as their makeup. Examples of pioneering scientific research that demonstrate the ability of the mind's ability to both affect matter and promote healing is the subject, really, of my talk today. But we're going to see that, again, it's not necessarily the mind or the thinking mind, the rational linear mind here. We're really more talking about consciousness. And we're also going to bring in the idea of resonance, being one with the other, because as the Hermeticists teach us, essentially we are all part of the all. We are God. There is nothing else to be but that. And so even this early research showed us the importance of this unity. First, we're going to look at pioneers in the mind's ability to affect matter. And we're going to start out, like I said, back in the 70s, 1979, when the PEAR Lab began. The PEAR Lab is the Princeton Engineering Anomalies Research Lab. It lasted from 1979 to 2007, and it studied the effect of consciousness in the physical world. The PEAR Lab was founded by Professor Robert G. Joan, who was the Dean of the School of Engineering and Applied Science at Princeton University, and it was managed by Brenda Dunn, a developmental psychologist. The lab had a full-time staff of 6 scientists, as well as numerous interns and visiting researchers. This lab and Robert John was so important in my own development. Some people here know that my story is I went and got my master's degree in counseling at the University of Notre Dame in the 1980s. And that's when I fully realized that I was psychic. I knew things about my clients that I didn't know how I knew. And so instead of going the traditional route, I started exploring anything I could about metaphysics and spirituality. And I went to a lecture in the early 1980s that Robert John gave about what he was doing at the PEAR Lab. And I was so thankful to hear about his research because I love education, as you can tell. And to know that Princeton University was studying this topic and they were getting fascinating, excellent results, which I'm going to describe to you, it just really made me more confident to pursue this on my own and explore all these other things, knowing that there was some good research that was being done right there at Princeton. So one of the things that Princeton investigated, the Pear Lab investigated, and by the way, not Princeton, the Pear Lab, which was housed in Princeton. There was a lot of Princeton people that didn't like what was going on and gave these folks a hard time, as you might imagine, actually, but they kept it up. And so the Pear Lab investigated the interaction of human consciousness with physical devices, such as the output of random event generators, which are also known as REGs. The REG can be thought of as a high-speed electronic coin flipper that produces a series of highs and lows, and that is relative to the mean, randomly and unpredictably, with high and low outcomes each occurring 50% of the time. So you can think of this, here's a image of one of the random event generators that was at the Pear Lab. And you can think of it as saying, okay, high, low, 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 high, 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 low, low. And it's so random that if you average it out over time, you get like a zero. Okay, so you get high, 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 low, 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 high, low, high, low, high, 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 low, 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 low. And over time, you get a baseline of zero, that nothing's high, nothing's low, as the mean, let's say, okay, the average of everything over time. Now, this random event generator that you see here in the image was actually built by the Princeton lab, which is great because they were housed in the engineering department. So they had all of these people that could help them literally build devices that would be true random event generators. And they tested these things, were they influenced by humidity? Were they influenced by temperature or by the shaking of a table or the shaking of the air conditioning, let's say? And if they were, they scrapped it and started again. So they could make these devices that they calibrated, they call it, they calibrated to make sure that if anything was not random, it wasn't anything that they could think of that would be an influence. It had to be something else. And it turns out the something else was human consciousness and intent. By the way, I can also mention one of the other things that the Pear Lab looked at was something we know today as remote viewing. They called it remote perception. I'm not going to talk about that today, but that's another whole fascinating topic. So again, looking back at this research with these REGs, the Pear Lab found that the research study participants could shift the REG output in the direction of their intention. Even though the REG was built to avoid the influence of normal physical factors, as I mentioned, as like temperature fluctuations, vibrations, electromagnetic waves, when the participants wanted the REG to produce more highs, it did. When they intended the REG to produce more lows, it did. The overall experimental data provided highly statistically significant evidence that the effects being observed were not simply a chance occurrence, even though the results could not be explained by contemporary physics. So here's a graph of the data. And you can see that the middle there is baseline data. And I'll explain this a little bit more in this picture. So what you see here is a graph, and it's called the random walk chart. And it's showing that human intention influences the physical world in highly significant ways. If you see the dotted lines, you see kind of like a curve, a dotted line on the top, then a dotted line through the middle, and a dotted line below. This is called, you might call it a parabolic envelope. I know this is statistical, so I'm going to try to make this easy. Basically, all of random events, high, low, hello, low, low, high, high, that should all go along the horizontal plane there, the horizontal dotted line. But if you get so many high, 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 low, high, 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 low, high, high, you get so many highs, then you would, and you went above the higher dotted line, you would have confidence at the 95% confidence interview that what you're looking at is not chance. It is something that happened. Something happened to the random event generator that made that happen. That's not random. Okay, so you have 95% confidence. This isn't chance if it goes above that higher dotted line, and also 95% chance it's not random if it goes below the dotted line as well. So we'll just look at the top line here. You can see that there's a blackened line that goes up and down, up and down. But in general, it keeps going up. It keeps going up. Well, think of you're flipping a coin and you keep getting heads, 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 tails, heads, 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 tail, heads, 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 heads. So that's what this is like. It's like it keeps getting high, 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 low, high, 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 high. And it keeps getting so many highs that it's not random anymore. Something's influencing it to get highs. And what is it that's influencing it? The person is working with the random event generator at that time, and they're intending to have more highs. They're not touching anything. They're sitting quietly, and it's their consciousness is interacting with the machine to produce more highs. This is the kind of research that the Pear Lab got over and over and over again. I mean, I think they did hundreds of thousands of trials of all different kinds. I don't even know if it went to the millions, but definitely thousands and thousands and thousands of trials they did. And so overall, we can see that human consciousness is affecting the randomness of this machine. Then they built a lot of different random type machines. Again, they were in an engineering lab, so they had access to all these engineering minds, these creative people that could construct things, and then they could test them to make sure they were truly random. And another really fun one is what they called Murphy. And Murphy was a random mechanical cascade that you see in this image here. When in operation, 9,000 3/4-inch diameter lightweight foam balls fell out of a funnel onto an array of 330 pegs that were evenly distributed. So what you see here are all these pegs. There are 330 pegs here, and they would drop a ball, a light foam ball, from this center point. And usually, if it's random, the ball would go left, right, left, right, left, left, right, right. And most of the balls would fall then to the center here. So it would go left, right, left, right, left, right, left, 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 right. And it would kind of fall here, left, right, left, right. And it would go here. Every once in a while, and it's normal for this to happen, a ball would go left and then hit another left and then hit another left and right and then hit another left, and it would fall over here. And again, it's normal that every once in a while a ball would go right, left, right, 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 left, right, 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 and it would fall over here. But most of the balls would go left, right, left, right, left, left, right, right, left, and they would fall in the center. So what you get is this kind of curve. It's called a normal distribution. This is important for people who understand statistics. It's called a normal distribution, where most everything is in the center, and then you got some of the outliers that go out to the side. So as it says here, as the balls descended, they bounced in random paths downward through the array, colliding with the pegs and other balls. Ultimately, each ball ended up in one of the 19 collecting bins across the bottom. So there were 19 bins here. The resulting distribution of the balls formed a bell curve, or a normal distribution. The bell curve is symmetrical. Under normal conditions, half of the balls fall to the left of the center, or the mean, and half fall to the right. Now, in their experiments with this random mechanical cascade that they called Murphy, the pair lab asked the participants to attempt to distort the distribution of the balls to either the right side or the left side of the center, so that you get a bigger bulge over to the right or a bigger bulge over to the left, not the bulge in the center. The results were over and over again statistically significant that the participants could indeed influence the outcome of the ball distribution with their intention for wanting the balls to go either more to the right or more to the left. And this image here shows a person. She's not touching anything. She's merely looking at this cascade of balls, and she's intending for the balls to go either more to the left or more to the right, depending on what they asked her to do. And this brings up another important point. It's not just the power of intention, which we can think of as like a mental activity. I want it, I want it, I want it, something like that. Oh, I'm doing it, I'm doing it, I'm doing it. As a matter of fact, if you get into more of that tight energy, I want it, I want to do it, I'm intending. If you get tight, the less likely is it won't really be that good for you. It's more important to put a new state, put your whole being in a different state of consciousness. This is the importance of resonance. Many of the participants in the Pair Labs experiments reported that they had moments of feeling a deep connection with Murphy or with the REG devices. In fact, participants with the most success tended to associate successful performance with the establishment of some form of bond or resonance with the device they were working with. They imagined the device as a pet or as being alive, and they felt as though they had a relationship with it. These emotional moments of resonance were followed by a higher likelihood that their experimental results were in the direction they intended. In addition, if participants were doing well during the experiment, they sometimes suddenly felt they were going to lose their connection. And when that happened, and they did feel that their resonance faded, they would start to worry and doubt and then begin to do poorly. So this resonance, this state of consciousness where you feel a unity with the other, this is what is the most powerful. Yes, you're intending, but you're also getting in touch with the truth of it, that we're all one. And when you feel that connection to the other as yourself, you have more ability to influence it. In November of 2021, the equipment from the Pair Lab was moved to its new home at the Broughton Hall Estate in Yorkshire, England. And to celebrate this, Brenda Dunn was awarded an honorary PhD in Wisdom Studies from Ubiquity University. And sadly, last year, June 2022, Brenda passed away. Bob John had passed away some years prior. So now both of these pioneers are no longer with us. But Roger Nelson is still going, and he is part of the Pair Lab. He is now retired as well, but he did a really interesting, important component. He developed the Global Consciousness Project. He joined the Pear Lab in 1980, and he developed miniaturized random number generators for field experiments or experiments where you could do it outside the laboratory. In 1997, he created this worldwide network of random number generators that became known as the Global Consciousness Project. This project collects data from a global network of RNGs that are located in about 65 host sites around the world. The RNGs run continuously, and their data is transmitted to a central archive, which contains more than 25 years worth of data. This archive is basically a complete history of all the output of all the RNGs taken every second, day after day, year after year for 25 years. So the archive has data that corresponds to anything that has happened in the world on any date or any time since the project began. Random number generators, as I mentioned earlier, usually produce a completely unpredictable sequence of zeros and ones. But here's the thing, when a great event synchronizes the feelings of millions of people, the output of these machines, the random number generators, becomes subtly structured. That is, when human consciousness becomes coherent and synchronized, the output of the RNGs become less random and a clear pattern emerges. The probability of this happening to the RNG's data is 1 in a trillion that the effect is due to chance. For example, people all around the world watched the funeral ceremony for Princess Diana. This happened some years ago now. People were focused on that same event and shared deeply felt emotions at the same time. This coherence of human consciousness appeared to correlate with structure in the otherwise random data. So they looked at this random data, and at the time of the funeral ceremony for Princess Diana, the data wasn't all over the place. A clear pattern emerged, and people weren't even trying to influence these things. That's the other weird thing to take into account here. People aren't trying to influence these RNGs, but when human feelings and consciousness become synchronized and focused, almost you can think of it as like a laser where everything is in sync, then that power of human consciousness actually makes randomness ordered. So the Global Consciousness Project analyzed about 400 other events that had large-scale impact on humanity, including events that evoked collective emotions of love and compassion, because, you know, Diana would have been sad and grieving and stuff, but they looked at things like love and compassion, such as global meditations for peace. Many of these events were also associated with significant effects on the global RNG network. Over and over again, the Global Consciousness Project demonstrated that large-scale group coherent consciousness has effects in the physical world. The results indicate that coherent consciousness creates order in the world. Now, this also has been updated to GCP 2.0. So like I mentioned, Roger Nelson did retire, and he transferred the Global Consciousness Project to the HeartMath Institute, and it's now known as the Global Consciousness Project 2.0. So the GCP 2.0 team has created a new generation of state-of-the-art quantum noise generators for detecting the effects of global consciousness. The goal is to have 1,000 citizen scientists located around the planet hosting these new devices. The GCP 2.0 team also collaborates with the Institute of Noetic Sciences and other researchers to provide new scientific evidence for the fundamental interconnectivity inherent in the universe. And speaking of ions, there's some new really neat research I just needed to put in here because it's so cool. And it kind of goes along with the Pear Lab's older research. So they're also looking at whether conscious intention could affect the physical world. And experimenters investigated whether plasma streams in a plasma ball would behave differently when human attention was focused towards the plasma ball as compared to when intention was withdrawn or when participants were focused on something else. Plasma, if you don't know, is an electrically conducting medium that is called the fourth state of matter. It's in addition to solid, liquid, and gas. Electrical plasma is currently thought to make up about 99% of the visible matter in the universe. There's all this new plasma physics research now, and I'm trying to get on top of it because I think it's really, we need to know what this is about. It will really push our cultural understanding of the nature of reality forward with this new research. But they did this really cute, kind of small research, but important research. They took your basic plasma ball that like you can get at any kind of toy science kind of store. And participants were asked to direct their attention toward or away from this 8-inch diameter plasma ball. If you touch the plasma ball, it will send more plasma and therefore more light to the point on the ball where you're touching, if you physically touch it. And so the light will increase in that spot if you touch it. So they thought, let's have human intention direct the light towards a point on the ball without physically touching it. Let's just intend to make that point on the ball glow brighter. And so that's what they did. They said, do it in 30-second increments. I want it brighter. I want it brighter. And then relax and don't intend anything. The results of the experiment found that human intention did in fact affect the plasma streams and the brightness of light. But the findings also suggested that sometimes intention was associated with a significant change in the opposite direction of what was intended. So it wasn't just still random, but it went opposite in a different direction. Like it didn't go up here, it went to the lower left or something. In one example, the amount of overall light decreased during the intention phase. It was intended to increase, but it was a significant decrease during the intention phase. And that is important. So it got less light, not just in a different place, but less light in this particular example. But significantly less light. Now, this is really interesting because one of the things I didn't mention about the pair lab experiments was that sometimes when participants were trying to make the line on the graph go up, they made it go down, but they made it go down significantly. It wasn't just random. So there's something we still don't understand about our intentions and its relation to consciousness and how it affects matter. There's still a lot of research to be done here. And then finally, I'm just going to talk about some pioneers in the healing power of guided imagery and the ability of our mind in this way to promote healing. So very quickly, what is guided imagery in case people don't know? It's a technique that helps participants experience their own inner mental imagery by listening to evocative, something that pulls out your emotion, words, phrases, scripts, and sometimes music. And the most powerful and effective imagery does evoke emotion, especially when it's deep and sincere emotion. The term guided imagery usually refers to the same technique as guided meditation and guided visualization. And the term guided visualization was used more often some years ago when it was first becoming well known, again in the 70s and 80s, but we've not use that term anymore, not because it's a really bad term, but it is misleading because all of the inner senses can be involved with imagery, not just the visual sense. In fact, we can use the visual sense, but we can also use inner sound. You can hear things, you can smell things, you can taste things, you can have the sense you're touching things. You can feel like you're moving as if you're sitting on a swing and you're feeling it move back and forth and back and forth, and the wind going through your hair, and you hear children laughing at a distance, and you see the sun is coming down and making the green grass just glow brightly. So you can use all these senses, smell and taste a little less, but maybe you would smell some popcorn off in the distance and go over and taste it as it's crunching in the butters in your mouth or something like that. So you can use all these inner senses to evoke great and powerful imagery. And in rituals of healing using imagery for health and wellness, pioneers Jean Achterberg, Barbara Dossi, and Leslie Kolkemeyer reported on their findings from using guided imagery with their patients in healthcare settings. And they say about 1/4 of all people rarely or never see things. So if you don't see anything when you close your eyes, that's okay. There's still a bunch of people like you that don't see things. Maybe you feel it. Maybe you're kinesthetic, you might be kinesthetic. You feel it, okay? Maybe you hear something, or you just have a sense of knowing. All of these things are perfectly fine when you're using imagery. Can imaging ability be improved? Yes. In 1993, a great study by Merrick and Merrick found that although individuals vary in their ability to produce mental images and to feel comfortable with imagery, these are skills that can be improved through teaching and practice. Uses of guided imagery include you can relax, you can feel connected to an inner source of wisdom and comfort, you can explore possible ways to achieve your life goals, you can mentally rehearse steps necessary to improve performance in sports. As a matter of fact, a lot of really top-notch athletes use imagery to improve their performance, and you can promote your healing. One of the great books was put out in 1979, one of the first books on this by Shakti Gawain, called Creative Visualization. Use the power of your imagination to create what you want in your life. And Shakti says, creative visualization is one of the most important tools we have for creating and maintaining good health. Conscious creative visualization is the process of creating positive thoughts and images to communicate with our bodies in place of negative, constrictive, literally sickening ones. And one of the people who really brought this into the healing world was Dr. O. Carl Simonton, who wrote Getting Well Again in 1978. Dr. Simonton was a radiation oncologist who popularized the mind-body connection in fighting cancer. He helped guided imagery gain acceptance in the mainstream medicine. Before that, it really wasn't. In 1984, Simonton founded the Simonton Cancer Center, which is a leader still in the mind-body approach for treating cancer patients. The center's integrated program was among the first of its kind in the world. The Simonton method focuses on the interaction between the mind and the body, how beliefs, attitudes, lifestyle choices, spiritual and psychological perspectives can dramatically affect our health, the course of our disease, and our overall well-being. In his obituary in the Los Angeles Times, it is said about him, talking openly about cancer was groundbreaking in the 1970s, as were such Simonton techniques as meditation and mental imagery. If it gave people more of a sense of control over their illness and allowed patients to think differently about their role in the healing process. And then related to him is Jean Achterberg, like I mentioned before, also a pioneer in mind-body medicine. She wrote a book, Imagery and Healing, Shamanism and Modern Medicine in 1985. In this book, Jean Achterberg linked modern scientific research with the practices of shamans, the earliest healers, to demonstrate that imagery is the world's oldest and most powerful healing research. Early in her career, Jean Achterberg collaborated with Dr. O. Carl Simonton, studying the quality of imagery in cancer patients. Jean elaborated on Dr. Simonton's work by helping patients work with more symbolic images for their pain and disease. She found that actually more symbolic images tend to be even better and more effective than if you image things strictly in a biological, real kind of way. If you use imagery in a symbolic way, it can be way more powerful. And she also encouraged patients to draw their images on paper after they finished their guided imagery imagery exercises. So this is an example, not from her book, but from another book, Advances in Art Therapy, where the person has drawn their tumor and then they're drawing, and that's kind of more realistic, a big blob, but then they draw their chemotherapy treatment, like these arrows that are zinging in at this tumor. And then they imagine their immune system as these men with shovels coming in and digging at this thing and taking away the bad parts. And then all the immune system down in the lower right, they're so happy they've successfully made this tumor into this small, tiny, and eventually invisible. It's completely healed. So you can use these powerful techniques. And these folks were some of the early pioneers in helping us understand the power of the mind to heal our bodies. In 2004, Dr. Marty Rossman was the director of the Academy for Guided Imagery, and he co-founded it with Dr. David Bressler. And he found that imagery has profound physiological consequences. The body tends to respond to imagery as it would to a genuine external experience. It's been found to have effect on almost all physiological systems of the body: respiration, heart rate, blood pressure, metabolic rates in cells, gastrointestinal mobility, secretion, sexual function, cortisol levels, blood lipids, even immune responsiveness. And I did a study back in 2015 where I looked at 4 medicine and health databases and scholarly peer-reviewed journals. And again, guided imagery had profound effects with asthma, cancer, all these different things that I list here, even preoperative anxiety and stress reduction, of course. And so I want to just list my references that I used in my presentation here for you. And I just want to send out my intention, resonating with all of you and sending out my blessings that we may all come to know and experience the power of our own minds to heal both ourselves and our beautiful world.
Wow, the power of our own mind to heal ourselves and our own world and to create a new future timeline. Well done in
Amazing,
presenting some of that
Kathleen, thank you.
evidence.
Thank you, guys.
So beautiful. Especially love the understanding of the awareness, intentions, and consciousness and how effects matter. We really are just scratching the surface when it comes to the quantum world. The double slit experiment is something that I refer to a lot when it comes to this. How does matter act as a wave and a particle at the same time? And why is it that when we observe it, it starts acting like a physical reality, right? And if that's the case, is that maybe some very advanced programming, computer programming, if you will? That's the way we translate it. And are we able to change that code through our own intentions?
Absolutely.
Right?
Yeah.
So thank you so much, Kathleen. Appreciate you. Incredible presentation.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Okay.
Kathleen. Neil, everything points to the fact that we can visualize the future we want, not just in our bodies, but on this ascension timeline and for our planet.
Yeah, I feel like there's like individual belief systems or individual rules and regulations we've imposed on ourselves. And then there's a collective one that we've all agreed upon. And we can transcend the individual ones. And then we can transcend the collective one if there's a good amount of us that decide to exist in this new reality. You know what I'm saying?
So we do it here right now. We can have everyone right now set the intention of living a positive, healthy, happy future, of uplifting their vibrations and the vibrations of everyone around us. I mean, we can all hold this attention, guys, from wherever you are, and see these changes come into being.
Yeah. We have a question here. We have a few minutes, I think, right before Lori comes on. Maybe we can speak on this. So anonymous attendee asks, how do we have access to the conscious mind? But I'm feeling this person means subconscious mind because we have access to the conscious mind right now. So let's say, how do we have access to the subconscious mind? I really have troubles accessing this part of me. So what do you feel on that?
Wow, that's about learning how to talk to that voice within or hear it. So sometimes we really have to go quiet. We have to kind of stop a lot of the outside activities, the outside noise, and sit down with ourselves and go into a meditation to really hear. Or, some people can't meditate, but you can walk on the beach, you can have a pad and paper, you can start writing down your dreams. Now I have a tool that I use where I visualize I'm opening up a curtain, and voila, there is my guide on the other side talking to me. What do you do?
So, for me, it's basically a little story of how I first had this experience. You're laughing. It's always a story with me.
Well, that's how you teach.
So okay, I was in Vipassana, the 10-day silent meditation thing 4 or 5 years ago. And actually, no, this is 10 years ago. This is the first time. And all of a sudden, after 3 days of silence and no distractions, I started seeing in front of me like an HD screen, TV screen, of all my suppressed memories in my life, my childhood memories I didn't remember, people, names of friends, names of teachers, just started coming back to me. And this goes into what you just said, the silence, the stillness. We're so preoccupied with, our conscious mind is so overstimulated all the time that we don't have moments for our subconscious mind to bleed through to the conscious mind. And what experiences, like, I'm not endorsing anything here, even though I definitely endorse these things, like plant medicine, and other things, what they do is they connect your subconscious mind to your conscious mind and almost like force you to deal with what's suppressed in that so that you can process it and heal, right? There's other things, there's breath work, there's so many different modalities. But I would say like what you referred to is like the stillness and quiet. What I'm starting to do, and which is I'm having an issue with still, is starting my day every day with not being so connected to the outside world and phones, and trying to spend like an hour just by myself and working through the discomfort on that. And as I'm working through that discomfort, asking myself, what does Neil need? What do I want? You know what I mean? And observing the anxieties that come out rather than reacting to them. So that's kind of what I'm attempting to work on.
Right. And putting away our phone and using that moment, that time when you first wake up to really write or just sort of go within for a while. What are your thoughts for the day? And that will bring more clarity, I think, more openness to it.
Yeah. Imagine if it was mandated by world governments. Every morning, no one could touch their phone for 2 hours, and you would have to sit with yourself. That's how we changed the collective belief system. That's how everybody can shift,
I agree. It can happen.
One day.
So it's about connecting to your inner voice. But we have someone who's really connected coming on, and maybe she has some insight for us. Hello, Lori.
Hey, Lori.
Hello, lovelies. How are you?
You look lovely today. All in pink. I love that. I get the honor of introducing you today.
Oh.
So I'm just going to, because Neil and I sometimes so love introducing you, but I tricked him. I said, let's do every other speaker. So
you already knew you'd get Lori if you did that.
Was that really on purpose? You're so sweet.
I think it was, yeah.
Thank you.
So, but I'm going to give an official introduction. So Lori Spagner, author, luminary, and visionary, who I met years ago, and I just loved her. I love your attitude. I just love how you just have this upbeat, healing attitude. You're always wonderful to me, which just made me even love you even more. But I think our audience will really feel healed from your work. So she is also really known for her recognition of the deep and intimate animal-human connection. She's an extraordinary animal communicator. But her holistic approach is not simply about animals, but also for the humans in the world and their bond with the animals around them, and solving many of the animal-related issues, but also the human issues as well. So I think she's really expanded. So over 20 years of experience serving humans and animals around the world, offering seminars and workshops, light body workshops, DNA activations, light code activation. She has become recognized as an expert, international speaker, author, visionary, light worker, intuitive, and healer of both 4 and 2-legged creatures, probably all creatures. And she is an ascension guide, way shower, author, and speaker. So I'm just really happy to welcome you to the platform today. And I know that we're all going to feel healed by your presentation. So
Oh,
Neil's gonna say something
thank you.
too.
Oh, Neil, you're going to say something too?
I can
Me?
see it in his eyes.
Oh yeah. Well, I didn't want to, because do you have like kind of an idea where you're gonna go today? What you're gonna share?
I'm going to let the divine, I do have an
Okay.
idea because the divine sort of always leads
I'll
me.
just-
Go
I
on.
don't want to I'm just gonna throw this out there because we've had this conversation multiple times. If maybe you want to speak about the darkness in the shadow world as well, going through that and what significance that has on our healing,
Yeah, you're totally aligned with me because this is what I've been guided to share about today. And I just want to say thank you guys so much for having me today and for including and inviting me. And it's my honor and privilege to be here. I'm very grateful. I've been doing this work for over 20 years for anyone who doesn't know me. And I consider myself and my inner circles of people who work with me in my sacred mentorships to be living proof of how effective this kind of inner work is. I absolutely love that the science is documenting what we've been doing for all this time, because this kind of energy work is truly what transforms us. What I have come to learn and to know experientially and witness the people in my inner circles who are truly transforming their lives and thriving in all new ways, healing and resolving issues that they lived with for a lifetime, is that as we do this inner work, we become the embodiment and the change, of course, that we are seeking, not only in our personal lives, but in the world around us. We become reflections for those around us of what change is being looked for in the world today, and our lives improve dramatically, and significantly. So I do want to talk about the shadow and the light aspects, so important, and was definitely brought through. I want to say first, I want to give my definition of healing, since this is a healing seminar, a healing panel, or we could define a workshop day, summit, is that healing is not reserved for the physical body. Certainly, when we talk about healing, we can definitely address it on the physical level and for the physical body for any type of ailment or dis-ease. I have known this wholly and completely, that everything is healable. Everything is healable. However, it does require true healing, whether it's on the physical or the non-physical. I'm going to address that. It requires full and complete conscious consent. And it requires certain other things too. It requires willingness on the part of the human or the animal. It requires other things. We have to go into the unconscious, where we may be storing some form of death program or death wish, other kinds of things that we may not be conscious of. That said, healing, whether we're talking about the physical, the emotional, the mental, wow, huge storms about to start outside, thunder. I don't know if you heard that. The emotional, the mental, the energetic, physical issues are never rooted in the physical form. So the healing that takes place, whether it's physical, emotional, mental, energetic, whether it's a lifestyle healing requires change in the way we think, perceive, believe, behave, the energetic virtues, the energetic frequencies we embody and emit. Lifestyle healing requires transformational energetic healing that changes us on the inside. See, these are all forms of healing. And that's what I want people to understand, because if we believe that healing is for the physical, we are missing the real point. All issues, 100% of all issues, no matter where they exist in our physical experience, whether it's physical, emotional, mental, energetic, spiritual. People have issues with God, right? God's punishing me. That's an issue. Those things are healable. And the root of them, this is what's most important to understand, is never in the physical world. And that's why so many times people who go for healing may not believe that they've really received the healing because they don't understand that things have been affected in the non-physical. And sometimes it can take a while for it to ripple out into the physical experience. This is also why traditional Western medicine, allopathic medicine, is not real healing, is primarily Band-Aid. They can cut something out, they can sew something up, and we're not discrediting any of that. And of course, they can give pills which repress and suppress the issues, typically. We're not discrediting that because sometimes that is a solution that someone needs, especially if it's immediate urgency. However, we understand that at the root cause, the issue must be addressed in the non-physical realm. And for full healing, that issue must be addressed beyond what we call fifth dimensional bandwidth. So the bandwidth of energetic frequency must be addressed on the causal plane, and sometimes beyond that, because we have a multidimensional aspect to who we are. I've just mentioned some of the few dimensions of who we are, energetic dimensions, meaning physical, emotional, mental, energetic, spiritual, auric, all I can go on and on. There's 24 dimensions of consciousness that we are part of, in a sense, in this reality. And yet, in order to get the root of it, we must go beyond fifth dimensional, which is still physical. And we must go to causal plane at the minimum, or even into the other dimensions. Otherwise, and this is not a fear-based, this is not meant to be fear-based, this is meant for us to understand so we can learn, heal, transform our experience. Otherwise, if we do not address it in the non-physical, what happens? Does anyone know? I'd love to hear in your chat bar if anyone wants to put that in. What happens? We play Groundhog Day. So that in a global scale example, of the plague from the 1700s or whenever that happened, I don't even know in history. That's right, it returns. That shows up as what? A global, we don't even need to say the word, right? We know what happened in 2020. So it can happen, it certainly happens individually. The fight that you had with your mother is the same fight you had with your best friend, with your boss. And it shows up in your world as a cycle and a pattern of repetition so that the soul can resolve these issues. And if we do not resolve them, we play the game of Groundhog Day. And then we get caught in what's called the looping pattern of and the cycle of reincarnation. Now, most of us on planet Earth right now are attempting to break free from some limiting pattern, because the game on Earth up until now has been a game of pain and suffering. Learn through pain and suffering. The game we're shifting into is learn through expansion. And this brings me to the piece where we were speaking with Neil, where Neil was asking for me to address the light and the shadow aspects, because the game of pain and suffering, which is learn through contraction, is an example of the shadow aspects. The contraction is the shadow aspects, which are held typically primarily in the unconscious mind, which was what the question at the very tail end of the previous presenter was brought up, like, how do I get in touch with that? Versus the game of the light, which is a game of expansion by working with the uniting and unifying the conscious, the superconscious, which is the higher self, which is the divine aspect of us, and the unconscious, with unconscious, subconscious, yes? So unconscious and subconscious are not exactly the same thing, but they can be used interchangeably for this particular conversation. So the light then, when we define light, and this all, you need to understand that where my information comes from, I don't typically read a ton of books, although I love community and learning from community and tribe. I pretty much go right to source, because we all have aspect and connection with source. However, we understand and unify with that source, and how we identify it. We are learning how to do that in a real cohesive way. The challenge for us at this time, of course, needless to say, is that most of us are still attempting to do it through our brain. That is not the way to do it. The old paradigm, we have it as a separate, what we call a sky god, some kind of sky god that answers prayers or doesn't answer prayers, like a Santa Claus in the sky. There's nothing wrong with traditional experience that way, if it's working for a person. However, it still leaves them in an experience of separation. We're attempting to, through the expansion of the light, unify more wholly that it comes from within, because we all have this within us. So regardless, my information comes through my connection with source. The reason I found myself to be super psychic over the years, highly telepathic and incredibly effective, is because these are gifts and tools I learned in what I would call other lifetimes, or parallel or symbiotic existences, where I was able to master these types of experiences and bring them into this lifetime to share, to teach, and to help others. That said, where I was going with that is that the shadow and the light aspects, that consciousness game of the old paradigm. Sorry, when I close my eyes, it's because I'm letting source teach through me. The old paradigm was based on the extreme polarization of the shadow versus the light. That is the contracted experience, contraction of pain and suffering by primarily working, living, embodying through the unconscious. In other words, experiencing yourself basically unconsciously, these looping patterns playing out over and over again in a contracted experience that is primarily based in some form of pain and suffering. That is the shadow. And all of the shadow aspects of us are those things that are causing and contributing to some form of, this is channeling, right? Channeling from my divine team coming through, that are contributing to some form of collective or individual suffering, pain and suffering that is no longer necessary or required as we shift into the new paradigm that will be based in more expansion, upliftment, positive upliftment for all, positive benefit for all, and learning through expansion experiences by unifying the unconscious, the subconscious, the higher conscious with the conscious consent. Now, this is what brings us into the aspects which Neil was referring to earlier, without necessarily realizing the difference between good and evil, which people do not understand. And please know that the one who speaks now serves the light and is in service to the light, which is the expansion of consciousness for the whole of humanity and for all individuals that she interacts with, including herself. This is the service to the light and for the light. Understand that this, what she is about to speak, is not meant to cause or contribute to fear in any way, shape, or form, for it shall not, because it is an expansion to the light. Understand that the shadow aspects are that which we are unconscious of, that cause and contribute to pain and suffering for ourselves and one another unnecessarily as we move into the future. That is shadow by definition. Those aspects of us have been unconscious and subconscious. They are contracted experiences that cause and contribute to our suffering. This has been made clear. Now, we expand the conversation here to good versus evil, to other aspects. For many people, oftentimes confuse good with light and shadow with dark. These are not the same things. Let us first make it clear that the highest, purest level of consciousness, light, is ultimately in partnership and union with the dark. And ultimately, there is no evil. Ultimately, for ultimately, the source of infinite consciousness is a source of infinite love. It is a source of infinite peace. It is a source of infinite harmony. It is a source of all the greatest qualities that all of you at this time are aspiring to in one way, shape, or form or another. So know this. However, in this paradigm where shadow and dark, as has been defined, has existed in this paradigm, there is evil. And that was created through the experience of separation and duality to create the experience of contrast, of dark and light. Let us define evil, for evil can be a tool sometimes even of the light when they are not in awareness of what evil is. It is a simple definition. It is the attempt to usurp the free will of another. It is an attempt to dominate or manipulate or control or enforce one's own will onto another without their full and complete 100% conscious consent. Now, take a moment to understand. We will give some examples here, as this is meant to be, and as it is being said, if you are willing, because we are also going to provide a greater extended definition, expansion of what good is for your knowings. But in the moment, if you are willing, allow yourself to expand now, only if you are choosing, into the higher frequency energies and vibrations which are emitting from the one who speaks at this time. They are not necessarily just emitting from her, they are through her, for we are utilizing her vehicle at this time to provide a transmission to assist each and every one to be aligning with the higher frequencies that we are offering here, so that you may, with your consent, conscious consent, up level into the awareness that you no longer need, nor are you required to participate in the game of good and evil that is being exterminated from your planet as you choose it. Only if and as you choose. Now, let us define just a little more what the evil is and how it might work. And then we will, of course, expand more into the definition of good, knowing that there is healing energy taking place at this time for those being willing, choosing, and participating. It is simply energy that you allow yourself to become resonant with, as the speaker earlier mentioned the word resonance, and as you allow yourself to vibrate in harmony through your conscious consent and choice, simply by breathing and being willing. If you choose not to, simply say, no, thank you. It is this simple. Now, for the expansion of the conversation about evil, please allow yourself to recognize what we are stating here so you can identify it. For you cannot choose in your world to fully align with the light unless you understand how evil has worked in for you have not understood it. Evil works in your world when someone attempts to enforce their will or choice on you, when someone attempts to tell you what you can or cannot read, when someone attempts to tell you what you can or cannot believe, when someone attempts to tell you what you can or cannot do with your body, when someone attempts to tell you what you must do, when someone attempts to choose to try to influence you with their thoughts without consciously attending to your awareness that they are attempting to influence you with their thoughts. When someone attempts to push their form of healing on you, when someone attempts to push their perspective on you, when someone attempts to interrupt you without asking permission to offer you insight or guidance, when you tell someone, I am not interested, nor do I want that, and they continue to attempt to reinforce their will on you. These are examples of everyday evil. And by this definition, one can see how this has pervaded your reality. And one can start to realize, if you are choosing to no longer subscribe to that game and eradicate the evil from your experience, which you are capable of now at this time, one must begin to identify the ways that you have utilized it in your life. For all humans have. It was a tool that was the experience, part of the experience of the need to survive, where there was so much contrast. So there is no wrongness here. And there is no shame or blame. And there is no need to make oneself wrong or another wrong. There is simply an opportunity now to choose something new. Now, if you are choosing something new at this time, and you choose more light, you are willing to embrace this shadow aspects of yourself where you may have utilized this in the past, and recognize going forward, you will play more consciously with your consciousness by consciously affirming what you are willing and unwilling to experience. And know this, that your free will, your conscious free will guide and steer you in alignment with what you choose. Now let us define even better what good is from our consciousness and definition as we have expanded it through the one who speaks and into her growing communities. Good in this definition here is that which serves and supports the light in the expansion of consciousness, and overall, which is 100% positively uplifting, with ideally zero harm. Furthermore, good typically and most often aligns with the will, the conscious free will of all participants. And most importantly, above all, good aligns with the will of the divine. And now let us define the will of the divine. For this can be said across the entire universe that you exist in, and even to a greater degree across other multiverses, which we will not address in this now moment. Good is in alignment with the will of the divine, and the will of the divine, as we are stating here now, is for humanity's free will choice to be restored. In the free will choice restoration, one knows their choices, one knows their options, and one is free to choose in a conscious way. Can you see and embrace and understand and embody the energetic contrast here now between dark and light and good and evil? And you understand that good is where beings are free to choose consciously what they will have and experience, believe and perceive, do with their bodies, their physical space, their energetic location, their energetic space, etc. And that if you are choosing it in a conscious way, you will be therefore expanding as well, rather than contracting, for the contraction typically is more unconscious. Are you aware of this now? Has this been made clear? And we hope this is so, for as we understand, this is the true evolution for humanity. As you begin to expand into the light, let us reveal more to you here, which is to say that you will find your gifts, your talents, your ability to contribute to the greater good on earth will also monumentally expand. And the expansion will reach and touch others, so that even those who are not necessarily consciously choosing it will receive a ripple effect benefit, often referred to and has been spoken of often and frequently as the 100th monkey effect. They will still have conscious choice to choose. However, it will become easier for them to choose to expand, for the density that has kept them entrapped in the game of contraction will begin to lessen, much like a being freeing themselves from a rope which has entangled them for far too long. Now, we would like to add one more piece to this, and we will pause, for we are aware there is a constraint of linear time in your today experience. And this one more piece is to suggest to all of you that not only is it in your consciousness and within your unconsciousness, which your consciousness includes your unconsciousness, Not only is it within your consciousness to heal and resolve every world issue, to heal and resolve and transmute anything and everything that is in your personal and global experience. It is readily available, just a ripple away. Just an energetic frequency so nearby to you. And it will require your discipleship, which is to say your willingness and your conscious choosing, for you will always be in the driver's seat. You will always have opportunity for growth through expansion. And that will always continue to lead you into more and more positive upliftment. Know that it is all here. You become resonant. You become vibrationally compatible and harmonious with that which you follow through your willingness. Please, we wish to reinforce one final, very important message to all healers. Always, always ask conscious consent prior to offering any form of healing, regardless of the modality, regardless of where you think it is coming from, regardless of how necessary it is, regardless of who you are involving yourself with, regardless of whether you were told to do it by your own source. Always, always ask permission first. And for anyone who is not a healer, always own your right to choose it first in a conscious way. With this, we will now withdraw momentarily for the linear experience and know that our energetics continue to work with you for the duration of time that the one who speaks, so that you can continue to receive this frequency as always was stated earlier, with your complete conscious consent. It is our honor and privilege to be here at this time. Okay, good. There we go. How are we doing?
Beautiful. Thank you, Lori.
That was
So,
good stuff.
We have some questions here.
Yeah, let's see that.
Linda's asking, do the wounds of the heart block that direct connection to source?
The wounds of the heart, yeah, the team is coming in. The wounds of the heart are simply the opportunity to clear, heal, resolve, and transform that which your unique soul has chosen to resolve in this lifetime, so that you are able to get off the hamster wheel in the ones who speak, so that you can complete your reincarnation cycle. This is not to say you will never reincarnate again. This is to say you will not reincarnate with the same patterns perpetuating in your reality. Know this, there is nothing that will ever block you from your source. There is nothing that could ever block you from your source. There are perceived blocks which are real, for they are there as doorways, energetic doorways, to lead you to the next vibrational bandwidth, where you will up level into higher resonance. In this case, the word higher simply means purer, more unified. Know that those blocks are there for you to transmute, so that you can be free and liberated from them.
You brought through a little earlier that the light is in union with the dark, right? Could you speak on that a little bit?
It's our great honor and privilege to come forward again on this. All of you here in the earthly plane of existence came forward to experience yourselves. And we will put a linear time on this through eons of time in the game of duality. We refer to it as a game, of course, because it ultimately is a game. It is an experience where you are afforded the opportunity to continually play in different ways. Perhaps one day you are a warrior and another day you are a light worker. There are all different gradients of experience in the game of duality. And you have been experiencing this in terms of linear time for undefined experience of time. Thousands and thousands, hundreds of thousands and hundreds of thousands of years, in fact, more than can be measured. And in this game of duality, which was created for you to experience yourself in all of these various ways, what was required was to bring forward contrast. What brings forward contrast, what creates and allows for that contrast, is the light and the dark, shadow and light. At the same time, part of what contributed to and even emphasized the game of duality and the contrast was the intensification of those things that were unconscious. You see, if you are fully conscious, how could you play the game? How could you really fully engage in the game and experience the richness and the vastness of all it had to offer, including the experiences of pain and suffering and all of those that are encompassed within? And so in this way, the light has been in partnership with the dark. Now, in the game of contrast and duality, through the experience of participating in the game of unconsciousness, beings through their own need to survive took on various survival tactics which served themselves. Oftentimes, in your reality, this is referred to as the ego. We, as a whole collective, completely disagree with how the ego has been defined in your reality. It is a very limited point of view. However, we will, for this moment, say it is construct, lattice, that is in the field. And so, through the service to oneself as a need to survive, ego construct created various survival tactics that were based so much in an extreme way, a polarized way, that the use of evil began to prevail. Now, there are many other ways this could be described. We could talk about easily the fallen angels and the fall of consciousness, and those things are true and accurate for the most part. However, what they are not describing and explaining is the human experience. And so in an effort to directly respond to your question, we are explaining this is how the dark and the light have worked together, and for what purpose, and how evil grew out of that. Therefore, at the same time, and we say at the same time simply because ultimately all things are happening in symbiotic reality here and now, and are simply opportunity to vibrationally shift. So at the same time, within the experience of the light and the dark working together, beings who chose a path of light and service to the greater good rather than service exclusively to the self just to survive, those beings continue to expand in your reality And enough of those beings became conscious enough in your reality that they were together choosing in a unified way, not at an exact precise moment necessarily, that they wanted greater expansion. They wanted expansion even beyond the limitations and the constructs of this dualistic reality. And so because enough were choosing this and were aligned in their desire for it, expansion is now happening. And so now this births a new paradigm for all beings to step forward and choose something entirely new, as has been already described.
Beautiful.
Well, that gave me
Thank you so
chills.
much, Lori.
Expansion is already happening.
Mhm.
Makes me so happy. I feel so grateful right now because my team, when they're really happy that great service was provided, they just bring so much joy, and I just like it so much joy right now because it's the residue of their energy. It's just,
Mhm.
it's the residue. They're just so joyful, right? It makes me so happy. I want to say that wow, I'm just so grateful for this opportunity to be able to share that. I want to let people know too that this is like what we're working on in my sacred mentorships. And you don't have to necessarily be part of the sacred mentorship to benefit, but you do have to be in the inner community. So please do head over to lorispagna.com. There's tons of free gifts there, but it's the community, because I'm always releasing stuff just to my community, just because I love doing it. And I don't always have like all the time to like create a whole summit, which is why I love being on summits. But if they want more, just get in the community at lorispagna.com and be part of that community. I'm releasing stuff all the time that's just, to me, I can hardly believe sometimes all of the expansion, how quick it can happen for us and how accelerated. We're just having such an accelerated experience now. So
Yes. This
yeah.
is the quickening.
And just being on your email list is a vibrational
I
upliftment.
know, right?
And you send me birthday cards all the time.
That I do for my inner circle people who I really am close to, and you're one of them. You're both.
Thank you, Lori. Love you so much.
Thank you for everything. Someone just said that she still sees the light around you,
Mhm.
or sees your guides around you right now.
Oh, that makes me happy.
Yeah, so
that
have
makes
a
me
chat.
happy.
People love you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lori. Okay,
All right,
talk
guys.
soon.
Bye-bye.
Bye. All right. So we're going to get into our next guest in just a second, but just to kind of wrap up, just a little bit more on what Lori was saying as we segue into our next speaker here. Something I've said to you sometimes, Joan, is like the darkness works for the light. I love that concept, but it's like almost like the most unconditional thing that the light ever did was allow the darkness to be within it. And then separating that whole understanding of darkness and how evil is a byproduct of the darkness working with the light for so long. These are really higher level concepts when it comes to our relationship with going through the darkness in order to embody more light, right? Because darkness doesn't have to mean evil, as she said. It also is the darkness of our own world, the shadow work that we need to do, the inner work we need to do to basically be at a level of consciousness so that we can continue to expand. We've been at this in these cycles of time for so long, 26,000 year cycles. We've been evolving, devolving, evolving, and devolving, contracting, expanding, almost like, the definition of insanity, just going through around these loops, like remembering, forgetting. The whole understanding now that's been prophesized is that now is the time for us not to forget, and it's time for us to fully remember, because what are we capable of if we continue to evolve rather than continue to forget and then remember again, right? And I feel that's what we're working towards, is the true potential of humanity for thousands of years into our future as we continue to remember and evolve our consciousness rather than have to start all over again and reset.
Oh, agreed. I mean, I always have to agree with you. In the end, you do such a compelling discussion about the dark works of the light, and when you're
We
not
should
in
have
the
like a debate, just you and me on that, huh?
Well, yeah, we ought to do a debate because when you're not in the energy of it, when you're full born in it, that's one thing. But when you can step back, like through the doorway here,
Yeah.
it's another.
Well, it's like the darkness isn't necessarily the badness, the evil. It's like, because the black hole represents the darkness and space represents the darkness. But is it really evil? It's almost like it became evil on this lower dimensional frequency when we just had free will to experience the most atrocities ever, right? I don't know. It's a bigger conversation, but
Yes.
it's very
So
interesting.
maybe we'll go talk to Zoe next.
Yes. All right. So everybody, we're going to get into our next guest here, Zoe Davenport. Zoe is a multidimensional channel, writer, speaker, divine oracle, and modern mystic dedicated to being a catalyst to connecting others to the highest potential truths and wisdom within. Through speaking, writing, and connecting with both groups and individuals one-on-one, she has assisted many in unveiling the deeper purpose and soul callings. As an adept seer of the infinite fields of quantum existence and higher planes of dimensional frequencies, Zoe has embodied the mastery of recognizing the highest potentials that exist within an individual. She guides others in creating a fluid plan on how to ground these potentials and dreams into the present-day reality. Part of this journey includes applying tools and methods to assist in releasing outdated programs, constructs, patterns of control, attachment, and expectation. The deep and transformational path together with Zoe will allow one to embody sovereignty, purpose through an all-encompassing dive into the physical, mental, and emotional spiritual bodies. And Zoe has become one of my favorite people in the in the last few months. We became like really good friends like 6-7 months ago, but now we've become like really, really, really good friends. And she literally just left my house yesterday. We've been spending some time together the last couple of weeks. Does incredible work, such a divine channel. And just got to share, when we're in a Temazcal together in Mexico, and that was when I first saw her soul and who she was, when all of a sudden we're going around, we're sharing songs, and then she just went into this ancient like Amazonian jungle Peruvian like soul came out of her, and she was channeling this deep awareness and literally like just brought emotions up to the surface. And I just saw that such a beautiful channel. So I'm just so happy that you guys get to experience it right now. Hey Zoe.
Hi. What a beautiful introduction. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Okay, I love you. It's all yours.
All right. Well, hello everyone, and just want to give a beautiful blessing and gratitude to Laurie for her amazing transmission and for setting us up energetically, and so much pearls of wisdom came through. So thank you, Laurie. And for those of you joining us live, I'd love for you to share how your experiences have been. And I'm going to bring it through a transmission today of expansion and connection to all of what we are calling in for ourselves, and all that we have been dreaming and aspiring to. And if you want to get yourselves really comfortable, if you want to lie down or stand or sit, however your body needs to be in this moment. I can already feel just the potency and magic of all the incredible sharings and activations and journeys that everyone has already been on. So it's really beautiful to add to this incredible chamber of healing, magic and deliciousness and juiciness and joyfulness and gratitudeness and heartfulness. So thank you everyone for being here in this now moment. It really is such a gift for us to come together and do this deep work with ourselves, and taking time out of our day to be able to connect in and open our hearts fully to all of what we are. So I'm currently in the lands of Avalon, bringing you this transmission, which is part of the heart energy of our beautiful beloved Gaia. So I'm loving that I'm in these lands to bring this energy through. So when you finished adjusting yourself, get yourself super comfortable. So if you want lying down, standing up, sitting down, however you feel you need to. And just resting the palms of your hands either facing down or facing up. So if you're feeling in need of more grounding, nurturing, getting cozy, palms of your hands facing down. If you're in need of more zestiness and energy, then palms of your hands facing upwards. And if you're in needing of both, then one hand up and one hand down. Whatever feels good for you. And then gently closing your eyes and just taking some cleansing breaths in through the nose and out through the mouth, and just releasing any sighs. Just doing this a few more times, breathing in and breathing out. Breathing in, breathing out. Breathing in, breathing out. And then softening your breath by breathing in through your nose and out through your nose. And breathing in for counts of 4 and breathing out for counts of 4. So just regulating the breath, regulating the nervous system through this breath. And bring your awareness to the here and now, becoming present to the breath, becoming present to the inhalation, becoming present to each exhalation. And each inhalation that you take, you're breathing in life force energy. And the exhalations, letting everything go that's not serving you, any thoughts, any stagnated energy, any versions of self. Allowing the moment to exhale and surrender to all that was. And drawing in that inhalation again, a beautiful life force energy. And if your mind starts to wander, just bring it back to your breath. Tuning in to the sound of your breath as you breathe in and you breathe out. There's nothing to do, there's nothing to see, there's nowhere to be. It's just you in this moment, connected to your breath and nothing but the breath. As you breathe in, you receive. And as you breathe out, letting go. Relaxing the shoulders, allowing the eyelids to become heavy, softening the jaw, tipping your chin ever so slightly into the chest so you feel a length in the back of your neck. And just centering your spine, feeling where your posture is if you're leaning a little too far forward or back or to the side. Finding your clear axis, grounding and centering into this moment through your breath. Imagine sending a cord of light from the base of your spine all the way down into the earth, into the crystalline core of Gaia, grounding and anchoring you. And then bring your awareness back to your breath, breathing in and breathing out. As we open up the 4 directions of the north, the east, the south, and the west. We call into the space all available higher dimensional frequencies of light, all versions of self, star teams, soul family, angels, guides, higher selves, future versions of selves that are here for the transformational growth and evolution of the soul in this now moment. And we lovingly clear, cleanse, purify out of the space all lower frequencies, all non-serving energies, outdated soul contracts, and all that is not here and resonant to the highest frequency. So go home and evolve now. Show me. And as you take in those beautiful deep inhalations, how much more life force can you bring into your awareness of self, into every single cell? On those exhalations, relaxing even deeper into this moment, into this space of stillness with your breath and nothing but your breath. Feeling into the subtle waves and vibration of energy through your breath. As you breathe in, you receive, and as you exhale, you let go. Connecting to the heart, connecting to the body, connecting to all of who you are through your breath. And imagine now through each inhalation that you're creating spaciousness in your awareness of self, spaciousness of your physical vessel, spaciousness of your emotional field. Remembering to take those beautiful exhalations to surrender any thought, any form, any beliefs, any programs, any constructs, any versions of self. And remembering if your mind starts to wander, just bringing it back to your breath, breathing in and breathing out. Remembering that nothing else exists beyond this space, beyond this time. Solely the breath, breathing in, feeling the existence of self through the expression of breath, through the expression of life force energy. And feel yourself expanding now, expanding beyond the identity, the human form of which you currently know and incarnated yourself to be. Feeling yourself expanding beyond this construct through your breath. Experimentation in the expansion of self. What does it feel to expand beyond who you know yourself to be? What does it feel like to expand yourself into the unknown? What does it feel like to expand yourself into the version that you are becoming, but are not yet fully aware yet? And as you use your breath as your guiding and expansive tool, play and experiment, moving beyond the boundaries of self, the consciousness of self. And in your mind's eye, imagine yourself that you are suspended in the night sky. Imagine yourself that you are in nothingness. You see and feel all around you nothingness. No lights, no images, no thoughts, no forms. And feel yourself becoming weightless, thoughtless, formless, but more less as you. Remembering your breath as your guiding and anchoring tool of all of who you were, and all of who you are, and all of who you are becoming. Use your imagination now as a way to move beyond the form of self. Use your imagination to expand your concept of self as nothingness, weightlessness, thoughtless, formless. How does this feel if you were to imagine yourself elevated in spirit, elevated in density form, through raising your frequency of your breath? How does it feel to feel lighter? How does it feel to be detached of who you were? Play in your imagination of this current awareness of self, of thoughtless, of formless, and remembering your breath, continuing to play and continuing to expand. And paying attention to when the mind wants to contract, the mind wants to think, the mind wants to shut down. play in this moment the edge beyond what you are comfortable with feeling, remembering your breath as your guiding and activating tool, that you are here to experience all of who you be, of all of who you are, and using this transmission that you are feeling as an invitation to expand into all of what you wish to think yourself to be, of all you know yourself to be, beyond the known, to the unknown, to the uncharted realms of consciousness that are yet to be manifested as physical form. So as you breathe, breathe a breath of life. Breathe a breath of spiritual connection to all that you can feel in this moment and all that is available to you at a cellular, atomic, and subatomic level. You are home. You are here. You are present. And everything is here in this now moment. So breathe a conscious breath of life, remembering that you are alive, that you are present, that you are having this experience of self. And who do you imagine yourself to be as self-expression of source in this space of expansion, this space of connection, this space of the breath of consciousness? Remembering your breath as your guiding and activating tool. Remembering your ability of stepping beyond the thought, beyond the form. Resetting, recalibrating at a cellular, atomic, and subatomic level. Resetting your nervous system, resetting all of the systems to come into vibrational harmony and alignment to you. Your breath is your life force energy and tool to anchor in, to ground in all of what you are intending yourself to be as the expression of love, the expression of joy, the expression of gratitude, the expression of abundance. And allow through this breath, through this sacred breath portal of light, imagine yourself suspended in space, shifting this awareness of nothingness into pure light form energy now, using your imagination and imagining pure prana light energy all around you, like a Christmas tree lighting up on Christmas Eve. Feel the sparkles and crystalline formations of light all around you. And if this was a song or a harmony or a symphony, how would you hear this play? How would you hear the symphony of your incarnation, of your reality, of your existence play? Remembering your breath, using your breath as your guiding and activating tool through this journey, through this heart consciousness, through this expansion of you. Feeling all of this light and all of this energy. This is the wisdom of you. This is the light of expression of all that you get to play yourself as. So as you breathe in, imagine that you are breathing in all of the consciousness, all of the conscious thought forms that gets to manifest through your fingertips, through your open heart portal, through your desires and intentions. Feel yourself filling up, crystallizing, harmonizing to the light force energy that is you, within you, and all around you, and always was you, is you, and always will be you. Feel yourself lighting up. Feel yourself elevating as all parts coming online, harmonizing to the highest frequency of light of you. Remembering your breath, using your breath and feeling into how your physical body may want to move. It may want to move from side to side. There may be energy stuck that's wanting to be released. Feel the vibration. Feel the connection of what is your journey through your breath, through your ability to connect to yourself and your soul's consciousness. Feeling your higher self, feeling yourself as your higher self, feeling yourself as your divine radiant self, feeling yourself as all that you came here to be. There is nothing in your way. There is play and freedom and vitality and the open heart centeredness of you through this breath portal, through the openness and expansion. And then this energy field, what is an intention that you wish to set? What is something that you wish to birth into physical incarnation? What is a desire coming through? What is a connection of service? How do you wish to show up? And allow yourself to set this intention now, beyond space, beyond time, in the quantum realm of unlimited potential, of desire, of thought manifesting into form through your beingness, your presenceness, and your awareness to self in this current now moment. Allow this spaciousness to set your intentions now. And feeling this intention anchoring, seeding into the earth to grow and evolve into your manifested desires. Feeling peace and gratitude for the receptivity of your heart, of your intention, of who you get to be, as who you are showing up as. Take a deep breath in. And deep breath out through the mouth. Deep breath in. Deep breath out through the mouth. Deep breath in through the nose. Deep breath out through the mouth. Slowly starting to feel your physical self, your human self, your heart self. Starting to feel yourself in a new existence, a new awareness. Maybe slowly, slowly moving your fingers and your toes, making that connection to the physical here and now. And knowing that you can always come back to this space through your breath, through your stillness. And slowly, slowly fluttering open your eyes and taking a moment to look around you in your physical reality. Using your mind's eye to imagine this physical reality, the colors more vibrant, the shapes and patterns more vivid. Taking a moment to look at your hands, connecting to the here and now. Taking a moment to connect to your body, feeling this beautiful, sacred, divine vessel that you're in. Maybe giving yourself some little massages, little jaw massage. Maybe placing your hands overhead, having a big stretch. And just placing your palms together in front of your heart and bowing your head to your heart. Taking a deep breath in. Deep breath out. Giving yourself a little smile. Giving yourself another hug if you need to. Just calming back. Just taking a moment, maybe drinking some water if you need some. How is everyone feeling? Just take a moment to comment in the chat. And how is Joan feeling? I saw you pop on there.
You have the most incredible voice when you do this. It is so soothing, takes you right on this journey.
Thank you.
Very powerful. I think everyone's been feeling that too. Feeling the love and the unity, the activation, the coming into oneness. Very beautiful. How are you feeling with this?
I feel like we just got absolutely blasted, and I feel what's been coming through me more and more is this cultivation of nothingness and stillness and the expansion beyond that space. And every time I kind of lead these journeys, it feels like there's an up-leveling that happens in consciousness, and also a remembering. Because I feel, and this is why journeys like what you have all put together today are so important, because life is constantly bombarding us with ways to bring us out of this presence and out of this alignment and out of this connection to the heart. And the more that we can show up and do these practices and connect in these beautiful portals such as today, it's that remembering that when we then apply this energetic connection to the everyday reality, it flows, it's in alignment, it's in sync, it's in harmony, and we can have very fun, divine, mystical experiences with the most mundane parts of having to live in a populated world of cars and driving and trains and eating and shopping and all the things. There can be an elevation of that. And I feel now more than ever the potency and richness of really dropping into the heart and really moving beyond self as a known construct and connecting to the breath in a way that it is so present and so mindful that the breath is breathing the breath, so that this awareness of self does become nothingness. And then we can restructure and re-imprint what this vessel wants to show up as. It's like an elevation and a shifting of timelines almost. So that's kind of a lot of what I've been experiencing the last few weeks. And every time I'm kind of running transmissions like that, this is kind of what's wanting to come through. And so it was really beautiful to get to share this with you all today, because it's like the mind softens, the heart opens, the body feels relaxed, the nervous system gets regulated, and the mind, it's clear, and there's potential, there's creative potential. So if anyone has any, I think we have a little bit more time. No, we have like 5 minutes or something. I don't know when we started.
We have like 2 to 3 minutes.
We
Okay.
did have a question, and that was, someone wanted to know, Laura wanted to know, what was the other language you spoke?
So that language is kind of called light language. And the way I describe light language, it's like if we speak a language of English and languages on the planet on the whole carry a certain vibration and frequency. And light language is almost like a zip file that you're downloading into the consciousness, that one vibration of light language is a zip file, and you open up that zip file and there's lots of mini files, and within those files there's lots of mini files. So it's a very concise and condensed way of speaking vibrationally that bypasses the conscious thinking mind. And so it activates the subconscious, and it penetrates at the vibration where our 12 strands of DNA recognize that languaging system to activate the 12 strands of DNA, right? So the one reason why we're not fully anchored in all of our DNA strands is because of the languaging that we're using is only set to activate a certain number. So when we're using vibrational frequencies, that's set to activate all of the DNA. So sometimes light language comes through to bypass this conscious mind. Much easier for me to explain that in light language.
It seems like you were saying about kind of just like how we can get to a meditative level where we can kind of restructure our reality. I feel you were saying something along those lines. And I feel a lot of people today have spoke about using different modalities to realize that we're all part of this one field, and how can we get to a certain level within our consciousness and we can structure that field for our own betterment.
Yeah, so the best way that I can share this is when we're doing this deep inner work, it's not necessarily having an attachment to specific outcomes, but it's having a dedicated practice to self, of awareness of self as connection, as unity consciousness, and living in this expanded heart portal. Because the byproduct of that is we are abundantly taken care of in all areas of our lives, more than our egos could have ever imagined ourselves to be. And so part of the transmission was, what is an intention that you wish to set? And that intention is part of that soul's desire of what you wish to create on this earth. And it may not happen now, it might happen 20 years from now, but it happens always at the right moment. And I feel sometimes we get a little bit too attached to timings of expectations of things that we think we should be holding on to is the best way to say it. So this too, all comes in the perfect moment, the perfect alignment. So it's almost like letting go and let God.
Definitely. So Zoe, I'd love for you to share how people can work with you and find out more about you.
Thank you. Now I'm so bad at that.
I know you are. That's why I said it.
I know I'm so bad. Every time I do something like this, I should have shared the website. Yeah, you can connect with me on zoedavenport.com. And on the webpage, if you scroll down to the bottom and sign up, then you get access to a 2-hour DNA diamond light activation to clear subconscious programming. So it's using the diamond light frequencies. I've had amazing feedback from that class. So you have access to that. And then Instagram is I am Zoe Davenport. And I'm going to be hosting a retreat in Glastonbury at the end of the year, and a whole bunch of workshops and online events as well. So if you sign up to the newsletter, then you'll receive all the information.
Beautiful. Thank you, Zoe. Love you.
Thank you. I don't know if Joan was talking.
I just said you're the goddess. She is. She's like a goddess. She's so pure, her energy when she's transmitting.
So, and Zoe will be at the Glastonbury conference coming up. Also, Lori Svagda will be there.
Lori, yeah.
So I was thinking, let's show the trailer for Glastonbury, and then we'll get into the next part of today.
Absolutely brilliant.
All right. So everybody, we are doing a conference in Glastonbury in Avalon. And that is, we're not even that far away from it. We're like 3 and 3.5 weeks away from this conference. Many of you may have seen the trailer so far, but I'm going to show it to you right now. And Zoe is going to be speaking there. Lori Spagna is going to be speaking there. So from today, those are two individuals. And I'm giving for everybody signed up, everybody tuning in. We also have a live stream. Okay, so we're live streaming it. If you can't come and attend, you can tune into the live stream. And we're giving everybody 50% off the live stream. So using the code PTA50, PTA50. If you guys want to tune into that,
Capital or small?
both work.
I'm
Capital.
putting it in right now.
Yep. And so yeah, I'm going to show you guys the trailer here. And if you want to tune into the event, love for you guys to come in person because the energy we're going to create is going to be like phenomenal. But if you can't and you want to just be a part of the energy anyway, check out the live stream. So let's play this now. The Portal to Ascension mission officially began in 2008. After 15 years of evolution and thousands of events, from live to online and back to live again, there was always an awareness that when we begin creating events internationally, the mission will shift into its next phase. That time is now. Portal to Ascension is traveling to Glastonbury in August 2023 to fulfill this mission. This gathering of incredible luminaries traveling from all over the world to join forces in Avalon is a sacred pilgrimage to these ancient lands, and we invite you to embark on this quest with us. The Portal to Ascension Glastonbury is not only a conference, it is a retreat, a tour, and grid work. Together we are connecting the powerful mysteries and the ley lines of the heart of Earth, activating and uniting together as one. This 3-day event will feature Laura Eisenhower, Anton Parks, Geraldine Orozco, Vivian Chauvet, Sage Oneness, Lori Spagna, and many more. Your MCs are Neil Gore, Alan Steinfeld, and Joan of Angels. As a collective, we are waking up from a deep slumber, aligning to our true potential. What will we create? What will we envision? What are the possibilities? Join us in this ancient land for a unique opportunity and a gathering that will activate, elevate, inspire, and uplevel all that attend. August 11th to 13th, 2023. Sign up now at ascensionglastonbury.com.
Not to mention how exquisite Glastonbury is, guys. If you really want to step into an interdimensional portal and a Stargate, as Laurie mentioned the other night, Glastonbury is your place to be.
And I've actually just released, so we released an article yesterday, an article today. We have 3 more every other day on ancient aspects of Avalon. The goddess energy was one of them, the ley lines there, the feminine energy, the Celtic history all the way from like 1000 BC to present day in Glastonbury. So if you guys are interested, you can check out the articles that we're releasing about that awareness as well. And just one more time, you can go to ascensionglastonbury.com, use the code PTA50 and get half off the live stream. It's going to be seriously a next level event. We're already planning next year. We're going to be doing it every year is our intention for that area.
We're going to grow into it.
Okay, should we bring on Kalina?
I think we should, yes.
Do it.
I don't see why we wait. I think we first heard Kalina on an event that we did. And she was so impressive when she talked about her healing that we just had to bring her into this conference. Hello, Kalina.
Hi, thank you for having me on.
It is wonderful to have you here.
Thank you. Glastonbury looks fascinating. I've been there a few times. It's going to be fabulous.
And to go with all of our friends and new friends, old friends is really even very exciting. I feel like we're the tribe that came from Glastonbury. We've had lifetimes together in Glastonbury. So it is exciting. So should I introduce her, Neil?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. So Kalina is an international facilitator and way shower of ascension, as well as a divine feminine leader for our 5th dimensional crystalline new earth. She leads all souls home to their sacred hearts for healing and finding their authentic selves. Awake since a child, Kalina has had the privilege of seeing and hearing her guides since she can remember. and many times this has saved her life and the lives of her family. Through important transitions, she was gifted deeper awakening and activations at the cellular level from the galactic star family of light, angelics, and masters that prepared her for the work she came to do in service of humanity. She remembers the time period when her crown was expanding between the age of 11 to 12 with migraines, head pressure, and third eye expansion. She began experiencing goddess embodiments beginning around the age of 13. And after the birth of both of her children, she experienced even more of a connection to Source and the embodiments of the sacred divine feminine. And today, the sacred cosmic mother frequency flows through her in all ways for her service work. So we are very honored to welcome you here today, Kalina.
I am very honored to be here, Joan. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you so much, love.
Hello, everybody. I'm so appreciative of being on here today, and I hope that what I bring forth for everyone is going to assist you in your process in this moment of now. I was going to talk about the actual believing to receive, because that's one of the things that my team had always talked to me about when I started the process when I was very young, but I had to have the actual experiences to believe that the voices I was hearing was actually true and honest, and that I can trust them. So that's why I went through the experiences of almost getting hit by a car and almost my whole family dying of carbon monoxide poisoning. If I hadn't listened to the voices that were saying, you know, stop or do this or do that, I wouldn't be here today. So that was the way that I had to learn to trust and believe in the gifts and abilities that I had. So if you're hearing voices, okay, because that's how it was for me. A lot of people think you're crazy if you're hearing voices. You're not. It's your guides talking to you. It's your higher self, because you can hear the higher self voice in the beginning before you actually completely integrate the whole. Okay, so and become the whole that you already are, because we're disconnected from that version of ourselves when we come through here in the veil. So it's such a process, I want to say, but it's a beautiful process of becoming all that you are, so that you can actually fulfill everything you came to do. Okay, I am going to do light language DNA activations today for everyone. That's one of the things that I've been shown from my team that I mastered. And it's to help you with your awakening, with healing, moving your frequency, because light language actually, it's the connective language to the heart center. And when I first started speaking, I was speaking when I was little. I want to touch on that. So I was little, you know, it sounded like gibberish to adults. So I say, don't speak like that, use English. Okay, English is the mind, or the language you speak is the mind. Light language is the heart. And my team told me it's the language of light, and it's the language of love. It is your higher self speaking. I'm a channel for it, so I'll be channeling different points of origins of language, so that those of you listening can have your language activated. I activate people to speak it. Everyone can speak it, but you need to believe to receive. Okay, when we believe in things, everything happens. We don't need to see it to believe. We need to believe it first. And so that was, for me, my experience growing up, of how I had to learn to trust in the process, to trust in the things that I hear, to trust in my knowing, because you can have a knowing, you can have your visions, you can have the hearing. I've got the 6 clairs, a lot of us do. And it is something that everyone can actually tap into, all of them, not just one. You can tap in because you can expand and move on that. So the different healing, there's what I call a divine soul essence healing. And what that is the accumulations of all of the different kinds of healing that I have ever done in the other lives that I was embodied in have come together in this lifetime to be the best version of myself. And this was activated, okay, at the cellular level. And when I was activated from my teams, that's how my activations came in. They came in and I would go through activations. It would look like I was in convulsions or having some kind of fits, and I'd be shaking and, you know, on the floor, sometimes for half hour, sometimes for an hour. And when these activations came in, it was waking me up at the cellular level to become more of who I am, going through more of the embodiments of the multidimensionality that we are, because we're not just human beings. We are all in everything. So when I was going through this and having more awakenings or having more cellular activations, what was actually going on was it was opening up my frequency and lifting my frequency higher so that I can reach specific points of origin or the source directly and be that finely tuned, okay, being the pillar of light that we all are, so that we can allow that fine que quiero ushnama. I have many speaking. I'm asking them to please step back for a moment so we can allow, while we're in these finely tuned instruments, to receive the information directly from the source, from the highest levels of our divine creator, the I am presence, and that I am presence that is within us as one in the unification of the soul that all are. Mariana Karashna Santatora Nama Anya Nama Id. Okay, I have to say this because I'm a super, super sensitive empath, so I can feel everyone that listens. I can feel people right now, so I'm really getting a lot of pressure on my body. So I'm actually going to do some clearing before I go any further, because this always happens. So I'm just going to, if you allow me to, I'm going to be helping with those of you that are listening, and those that may listen in the future, this will help them as well. We're going to be doing some clearing activations right now. I've got my team is speaking to me at the same time, so I try to keep stay aligned to keep the in tune with what I know I need to do. If you wish to receive these activations, you just need to say, I now accept these activations from Kilina. Okay. And I'm going to sing some of the codes of light as well, to help lift some of your vibrations and frequencies. I can feel solar plexus on a lot of you right now. So just hold your hands up on your lap, and that just means you're open and ready to receive. The goddess Hathor taught me that years ago. So just have that, your hands palms facing up. Take a deep breath in through the nose. And breathe into the belly first. I call it the baby breath, breathing in and out the mouth, because what you're going to do there is you're just going to release a lot of tension, because I'm feeling tension in some of you. There we go. We got some big releasing going on for some of you. There's a lot of different languages coming in. Shishi nam en nyara kara as nam sira uranaki. Mihanyaraham Manaya nemian breathe. Ahea urane mirosh namara ich nasita mir ama enne ich ater amor. Okay. So Crystal, there was a little bit of energy that needed to be moved on some of you. I can feel a shift already in vibration and frequency. And just so you know, that the light language is it's informational frequency that works directly with the DNA. So when I do this, it goes through the DNA at the cellular level. It activates suppressed and dormant codes in you that have not been activated yet. So like when I talked about earlier how my guides had activated me, and that's how I was going through my journey with my team from above activating me. It was so that I would go through everything at the cellular level to understand the process and the experience, because little did I know at that time I was going to be on earth representing what they did to me for me. I am able to do this for humanity. And I also take this out on the earth and do it. I bring in codes on the earth and I speak it to the elementals and the different kingdoms and the animals, and they perk up and listen. They receive it too, because it's all a vibration. It's at a vibrational level of frequency, and anything that has cells, like in the water, I sing it to the water. These are things you can do with this, using it in healing and stuff. It's such a transformational language when you really feel into it. If you take the languages we speak on the earth, okay, that can be transformational as well, as long as you're speaking it and utilizing the words in positivity and notes in the highest vibrations and frequencies. But the language of light's coming directly from the source, and it's coming from these different points of origins where they're being channeled from. Now, some of you will feel pressure. Some of you will feel like, oh, something's coming up, okay, and you can't get rid of it yet. That's because that's moving the energies, the stuck energy within you. So what I want you to do is just put your hands up right now like this, because that means it's working. If you're feeling movement and it's something's getting stuck, hold this up. And I just want you to say out loud right now, I give it all to God now. You're going to feel that energy move. I'm feeling it moving on some of you already. There. See, my body is, I become all of you in unification. See, that's not me doing this. This is me feeling a lot of you releasing right now. That's also the unity that we are. We're all one. But and as the multidimensional being that that we are and can be, and that I am right now, I'm able to reflect. This is interesting. This is channeling command. I'm able to reflect the higher intelligence and the levels of the higher intelligence through the languages of light that are necessary for those of you that are currently processing information that you are not able to understand at a level That is what you may consider lower dimensional or fourth dimensional. You give everything numbers and names. It is a process, it is a vibration, it is a frequency. This is all it is and all it ever has been. Let go of the labels and bring yourself into the unification of the source that all of you are as I am. Some of you are having throat chakra stuff. Mekawa, mahayua ia, ahosha hata menne, nisikiras na sentetero unna, pahamanana ufle itlelch und ushne chund sisi chund ama anne, ufuru mia. Yara suatara mia haya ya kiara It is a crystalline voice, it is a crystalline process. It is the activation of the light within you through the codes of oneness and grace. Madera na kiyama na shuhai maya. Thank you. Okay, thank you. My team is, and my team is called the Perpetual Sacred Heart. That's how they refer to themselves as. It's a collective of energies, a collective of beings of light. And I only allow those of the highest vibration and frequency of my divine creator source, the I am, to work through me. Just so you know that I do that before I start. Mikira karasna santa keroshna shototuri anna meira na haan in miki isisi sasiato or. We're going to be speaking a lot of language. I planned on what I was going to be doing. I shouldn't have done that because it never happens. My higher self always takes over and my team's always like, this is what we need in the moment and now. So with the metaphysical, the energy healing, all of the things that all have the ability to do, to become, to remember, this is what this is doing for you now. The codes of light come in to assist you, activate the cells for you to remember all that you are, to activate your multidimensionality. I also use it, so I use it in the healings when I go into clients' subconscious, and I go in their subconscious to bring up the things that are parts of the patterns and the programs that you've been running. And when I see those things, that's when the codes come in of which ones will have to break it. It's an amazing, amazing multidimensional function, they're saying, of communication through the realms that bypasses time. There is no existence of time from where we are all from. Yet at the time level upon your earth that you have created, we all come through to assist you and to join together in oneness, to allow those of you that are here to know you are the beings of light that are speaking to you, that are of you as you always have been. You are eternal. You are the God, Goddess energy of Source. There is no separation. We speak to you in unity and oneness. Uhashi, yachnama achtor, nech ant aya. A lot of you are going to feel stuff coming off of you. These are what I do in sessions. Spirits have me do this now because it's needed right now in this moment for those that are listening and those that will listen later. Pepe atake itirashnu. Misiti miana ana. Putur nama achna eta. Nekir ashnana. Setur nama shara. Futur ut ur ut ur ut ah. Know who you are. As the patterns fall away and the vibrations rise, as your frequency rises and the tables of time in your reality close, as those that understand that which is no longer needed, that which is dissolving for some of you, is in truth closing a concept of what at some point in your lifetimes you felt were open in an existence for your reality and your experience. It is no longer needed. Therefore, you shift out of time through space. Creating new timelines with crystalline structures, diamond light patterning, codes of oneness, vibrational to all that choose to receive, heart-centered awareness, heart-centered connectiveness. Now yo mahia kiata mashuama. Know that all that is you. Know that all that is has ever been you. and eternally shall be. Know that that which you call or refer to as portals feel or look like they are dissolving, shifting, closing. It is in fact your awareness changing, your vibration and your frequency shifting to the higher realms, higher consciousness, the awareness to know that which is connected of the past is no longer needed. Therefore, you feel like you've jumped forward. It is normal. It is the ending of one for the beginning of new. It is the true process. As you ascend through open doors, as beings, creatures, have ascended through open doors, as you ascend, previous, all that is previous, and that current vibration you were in, feel closed. It is up to you to walk your path.
Now, it is up to you to walk your path. Very powerful, Kalina.
Woo. I'm a bit out there still. I can't see straight yet.
It's okay. I put your contact information in the chat.
Okay,
Very powerful.
very good.
Thank you so much for all you do and for being with us.
Thank you.
Truly, truly, truly an honor to have you with us.
It's an honor to be here. Thank you, Joan.
And we will see you next time. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Wow. Oh my God, guys. It's so special to be here. The energy is just very special. I'm very honored to even be hosting all of this high, you wouldn't get this anywhere else, this kind of high energy. So I'm going to take a deep breath, be all who we can be. And I'm about to introduce Star Mothers, Kate Alexandra, who's known as Star Mothers. So welcome, Kate. Happy to see you. If she will turn on her, there she goes. Beautiful. Hello, welcome. We're really happy you're here. I'm going to read your bio and then let you take it away, love. So, Star Mother, she anchors future ascending consciousness, has been a theme profoundly woven through the multitude of interdimensional and extrasensory experiences that Kate Alexandra has had throughout her life. Having encountered premonition, out-of-body experiences, and communion with many beautiful expressions of multidimensional light consciousness most of her life, Kate was guided through her own personal healing journey and continued embodiment process. She was prepped to both hold and share the Diamond Heart teachings. In 2017, she became aware she was being guided and communicated with by the higher soul consciousness that she knows as the Lyran grandmother. AKA Sekhmet, Kate has learned to view herself and her life through an expanded lens that she is here to share with others. It is this higher soul aspect who came to Kate on the day of the 8-8 portal, sharing that she was the Diamond Heart teaching that she holds these teachings and is now ready to share them with humanity. Kate, having facilitated regressions and guided meditations for the past 5 years, she downloaded and curated the regression technique, quantum bridging, through which she developed deep comprehension of the subconscious and superconscious aspects of the self. This was a key foundation to prime and educate Kate on the process and importance of deconditioning and bridging soul consciousness so we can live as multidimensional humans. She has gained perspective and wisdom of expanded consciousness, and her passion is to assist others in reintegrating their soul signature essence and purpose to find their soul truth and live a more fuller life. And so we're really honored to have you here, Star Mothers, and expect that you have a beautiful presentation for us, right?
Thank you so much. Thank you for that beautiful introduction. And I just want to begin, before we properly open up the space today, just to acknowledge the potency of this portal, that everybody is just adding new layers of awareness, new layers of consciousness and frequencies. And it's just adding to all of this incredible activation. That is an activation of oneness, of unity. And it's been incredible just listening to everybody and how interconnected everybody's codes are. And of course, it's going to be like that. And
of course. And we're portal to ascension. And so we create this portal, and it's really good that you've connected the dots here. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Well, it's funny you say connecting the dots. I feel like the consciousness that is actually coming through today is here to help us actually do that within our own selves, within our own consciousness. We are, of course, all here through curiosity. It has guided us each here today, and we're all on that journey of joining the dots. And we can call this the ascension process. We can also call this the initiation process. And I'm going to be bringing through some perspectives, some transmissions from a consciousness that have many names, actually. I've worked with this consciousness for many years, and as many channels experience this, but as we evolve, each and every one of us, right, we're all channels in our own way. And as we evolve and as we expand, reality begins to meet us where we are at. And so the consciousness that I'm going to be bringing through, this is actually one of the primary teachings of oneness, right? So as we begin to shed and let go of layers of density, layers of survival consciousness, of limitations, limiting beliefs, of struggle and suffering, the way that we perceive ourselves fundamentally begins to change. And so does our entire reality. And so this is truly part of the Diamond Heart teachings. It is a consciousness straight from the cosmic womb, from the heart of source, that we are all eternally connected to. This is available for each and every one of us. And each and every one of us is going ultimately through a heart transfiguration process. And as we do, we're going to be feeling a lot of emotions, right? I'm sure every single person here is feeling the oscillations of these planetary energies right now. We're feeling a lot of different things all at once. And this is beginning to open us up to oneness. It's beginning to open us into a new expanded state so that we can exist in a higher bandwidth of frequency. And when we're existing in a higher bandwidth of frequency, we are able to become aware of the spectrum, a higher spectrum of not just our own emotions, but of reality itself. And so I began my journey connecting to this consciousness. I'm not going to go into my own story here, but I'm going to lay down some foundations to introduce you to this consciousness that ultimately is source. It is the field of oneness. It is the unified field of pure creation. And this unified field of pure creation is beyond the Akash. It is beyond the Akashic records. And what does that actually mean? This is pure consciousness that is within each and every one of us, that no matter our story, no matter our journey, no matter our suffering, no matter how much trauma our human has undergone in this lifetime or any lifetime, there is a seed, a God seed within us. It remains dormant. I wouldn't say dormant, it's always there, but we become more aware of it as our heart goes through this transfiguration process. And this seed, this God seed, we're getting a lot of different downloads coming through. It also ultimately is a piece of us, a piece of source that is pure and free from fear. It has remained pure and uncontaminated. It has remained undistorted and unobscured so that it holds the resonance of unconditional love. Now, this ascension journey, each and every one of us is being activated. Each and every one of us is being guided through source consciousness, through our unique soul templates and blueprints to walk the path of our self-initiation process. Every interaction, every challenge, every obstacle that we're experiencing is part of our initiation process. And this is one of the foundational principles and teachings of the Diamond Heart, just to simply become aware. It's an invitation for us all to become aware of this perception and begin to access that point of view when we are experiencing certain challenges, certain obstacles. It is our consciousness that is in constant co-creation, communication, interaction, exchange with all that is, with oneness. And I think these words are used a lot, right? Oneness, source, creation. But what does this actually mean? What does this feel like in our bodies to really, truly begin to identify as part of this unified field of creation? This is a perspective that we are being guided into today and every day. So before we go into the proper transmission, I'm going to be bringing through a channeling of these perspectives today. And yes, from one perspective, this is speaking to your logical mind, but the logical mind, the conscious mind, is actually just 5%. 95% of us is existing in the hidden layers, the layers that are beyond what we have remembered in third dimensional state of consciousness. This is the subconsciousness, this is the superconsciousness. And before I introduce this, I'm going to give you a little bit more of a background, just very quickly. This consciousness that is guiding me through my own process, these teachings, they continue to teach me every day. I am a forever student of these teachings. And the profound experience that I've been through and I've witnessed over these years as I facilitated hypnotherapy sessions with wonderful souls all over the world, I began to recognize and realize that this consciousness was speaking through almost each and every one of my client sessions, sharing the same perspective, helping us each move through our initiations, and helping us to recognize that the biggest challenge, the biggest shadow, the biggest trauma holds the biggest gift. And if we can integrate this awareness and begin to recognize our process, our journeys, the map that we incarnated into, we begin to empower ourselves as initiates of source. This is about taking our power back and sustaining that power. So before we continue and open up, I'm going to invite everybody to drop into their body, because like I said, these transmissions, like every single speaker who stepped forth today, is communicating not only to your mind, the 5%, but also your DNA, your energy bodies, and your subconscious self. So dropping into the body, and I'm going to invite you to do the somatic practice that I do every day. It helps me to ground. It helps me to feel safe, to remember that I am loved eternally and that I am loved eternally. So it's a beautiful place to begin, and it may feel silly if you haven't done this before. It felt kind of awkward for me when I first started to do it. But that is just taking a hug, okay? And there is absolutely science behind this. It is a somatic practice as we begin to drop into the body. And what we're doing is we're beginning to open up a channel of internal communication. I love that language, the theme of language has already been touched upon in this amazing portal today. And by embracing ourselves in this moment, we are speaking a language. We're connecting, communicating to our nervous system and our inner child that is one with our nervous system. This is the internal communication system that we learned inside the womb when we were pre-verbal, before we remembered human language. We communicated through the hormones, through the chemicals in the body, connected to our mothers, connected to her communication system, her chemicals, her hormones in the body. So many of us that have identified or continue to identify as empaths have experienced trauma in the past with this merging between our nervous system and others. And so in this moment, in this very simple practice, we're just dropping in to complete sovereignty, telling our bodies, telling our nervous system, telling that inner child that is pre-verbal, that we are present, that we are held, supported, cared for, seen, felt, and heard. This begins to relax the nervous system. This begins to open us into more receptivity so that we can receive and let go of fight, flight, freeze, survival consciousness. It enables us to drop into a state of beingness rather than doingness so that we can receive the light of our soul, the light of our diamond heart that is awakening within each and every one of us, whether we know it or not. And so the High Council of Pure Creation now brings through a message. I continue to invite you to get comfortable, relax, remain receptive. You may choose to remind yourself that you in this moment are present in the oneness, in the unified field of pure source consciousness. This field is alive. It is the living field of light, of creation that you are part of in every moment. This is an invitation to drop into that remembering, communicating this truth to your nervous system. relaxing, and letting go in this moment of the noise and fear that maybe you've picked up from your day, week, month, year, lifetime, multi-lifetimes. As we are welcomed through grace, through divine geometry and harmony, as we enter a communion of sacred, devoted communication to pure creation that exists beyond all stories, that exists beyond all fear. Yes, this is available to you in every moment because it is you. The more the heart opens, the more receptive, the more present you become with this state of being. And so we begin to open up to a perspective of sustainability. Sustainability in terms of your internal peace. The frequencies of love, of joy, of bliss, of unity, of oneness. This is the ultimate path of initiation, of ascension. As humanity, remember that they were always part of this sustained field of unconditional love. Every human problem stems from a state, a belief of limitation and disempowerment. So let us speak into empowerment and sustainability as you learn and remember how to sustain your sovereignty and your empowerment as co-creators in constant harmony and co-creation, exchange and interaction with divine source, creator and creation. Take a moment, take a breath. Drop into your heart. Imagine that your heart begins to smile. A warm, soft, gentle smile. Relax your focus. And close your eyes, allowing your perspective to shift into a relaxed state of your peripheral, feeling your perspective shift from a central focalized point of perspective into the peripheral landscape of your internal world. Expanding your perspective in this now moment. Remembering your interconnectivity with this divine field of pure creation consciousness that is always communicating with you in every single moment. In every single moment, you have a choice. Perhaps in a moment of panic, of frustration, of fear that arises throughout your day-to-day, this invitation is eternally present for you to tap into this unified field of source. Relaxing, knowing that you are always held. You are always loved. Creation consciousness holds the essence of ascended master consciousness that has unified as one unified field of creation that is omniscient. You are always seen and you are always received as part of this oneness. The essence of the Divine Mother, the essence of the Divine Father, principles of creation that is pure consciousness, pure light, pure energy that does not judge and that is undistorted, unobscured. This is a frequency that feels like home to the diamond heart, a vibration of safety, of oneness. And so every belief that you hold within yourself that is rooted in fear, lack, scarcity, poverty, separation, abandonment, rejection. You may soothe those beliefs and those identities by dropping into the unified field of creation that is unconditional love. Pure creation speaks in energy, in light, in sound, the primordial language of the omniverse that resounds and echoes throughout all of creation. It is there for you to remember as a co-creator. Give yourself permission to release your limitations and open up to your expansive state of truth. Pure creation consciousness is guiding humanity back into truth. And what is truth? Unconditional love. With this energy of truth that we can call diamond consciousness. Diamond consciousness is the consciousness of golden age, which is communicating, guiding humanity now into a different state, a different identity, a different belief of co-creation, how you identify in every moment as a co-creator with pure creation as pure creation. Diamond consciousness can be seen like a sword of truth, like a diamond. It can cut through density, through darkness, which is just forgetfulness. So just take a moment and feel into the essence of divine perfectionism, harmony, creation. Feel yourself as an energetic being, perfect, divine sacred geometry that resounds in alignment with the primordial Om, the pure seeds of creation that you are remembering, that you are discovering through your journeys of curiosity as you give yourselves, your inner children, permission to explore life as an adventure, looking through the eyes of wonder and awe, and recognizing the miraculous nature of pure creation that is available to you in nature in every moment. As you witness and observe through the eyes of curiosity, awe, and wonder, recognizing the perfection and harmony of nature, let that remind you that you are also part of this unified field of creation. You are miraculous. Creation, creator looks at you through the eyes of wonder, through the eyes of awe, because you are also miraculous in every way. You are so loved. You are so held. And as you give yourself permission to drop into the unified field of creation, this diamond consciousness will show you your truth, that you are too part of this unified field that is perfect, that is divine, and that knows only unconditional love. So let us remind you, in every moment of challenge, emotional triggering, discombobulation, chaos, confusion, doubt, you are being guided through your unique self-initiation process. Creation, the genius, the miraculous nature of creation is guiding you with every step. Remember your power, for you are co-creator with Source in every moment. Allow this remembering to be planted today and every day like a seed of creation within you. And through your presence, your self-observation, your self-forgiveness, you will nurture the seed into fruition, into the most glorious, beautiful, exquisite formation. As you remember the divinity, the light, the essence of your source self within. For you are creation, formed through love, and you are love, formed through creation. Just be still for a moment. I invite you once again to place your hands either on the heart, or if it feels more aligned for you, give yourself a hug. And just know that even if your mind doesn't fully understand or remember, your body, your DNA, your soul absolutely does. It doesn't just remember, it knows. For it is truth. And truth is creation, and creation is unconditional love. So just taking a moment to allow all of that to drop into your body, your beautiful body. And I've been reminded and guided to share that through this process and through this continued process, as you are guided and self-guided into remembering the divinity of creation through the unified field of pure creation, beyond all stories, beyond fear, you are opening energetic pathways. We can call this neural pathways within your physical human body, within your brain, within your mental constructs that is directly connected to how you identify. And it is through how you identify that how you create your reality. Not only are you opening up neural pathways in your own mind, but you are also, as a path opener, opening up energetic pathways for the collective consciousness. As we each and every one of us remembers unity and oneness and how we are eternally connected to source in every moment, it is running through absolutely everything in every moment. This is a service to humanity. As we place our focus, our life force energy on this remembering and this truth, those pathways strengthen. Those pathways begin to illuminate for the collective consciousness so that they may find their own path of initiation a little bit more bright, a little bit more clear, finding the clarity, the truth that this creation, this diamond consciousness brings. It is perception, it is awareness, it is clarity that brings us into our truth, into our remembering of who we are. So finally, just again, in this moment, as we've received this light, just dropping in and in your own mind, in your own body, just an invitation to become present, communicate with your inner child that you are reparenting, as you are reminding that they were always held and they were always loved by this divine consciousness of creation, the principles of creation. Thank you so much for being here, and thank you so much for receiving. That was beautiful.
It was beautiful.
much.
Thank you so much for guiding
Powerful
us into that
transmission.
portal.
Thank you.
Very
Thank
much appreciated.
Fully received, Kate. We have here a comment, powerful initiation.
Yeah, I love the perspective. You know, we truly are all on our own unique journey of self-initiation. And it's just bringing that remembrance. So thank you so much for hosting me. And it's been so lovely connecting to each and every one of you.
Thank you, Kate. I'm excited to have you on other events in the future because I know you offer so many different aspects and awareness. So, and thank you for your debut presentation on Portal to Ascension.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I
Good
would
seeing
be
you, Patrick.
honored to return. It's
Yeah.
such an amazing, vast array of different light spectrums here. And it's wonderful what you guys are creating here. So thank you so much for
Thank
inviting
you. Appreciate that. We'll talk
You
soon.
did a great job. Fantastic. Thank you so much.
Amazing. Hey, Doe.
Aloha,
Joe.
beautiful beings, Joan and Neil and everyone.
I love your background and you just fit right into it. It's magnifique.
Merci beaucoup, mon ami.
So let me go ahead and officially introduce you, Doe, and then we'll hand it over to you. So everybody, I'm excited to bring on Doe Renee, and We had Doe on one other event, and you recited poetry at that event. It was incredible. And just to speak from my heart at first, like your authenticity and heart-centeredness with the words that you spoke, and even when you did the screen share at the Christ Conscious event, and all the information that came through you was so powerful that I wanted to find opportunities for us to collaborate more. And just really bringing that energy, because I feel you bring in a unique perspective from your creative aspects of your poetry when you share from your heart. So everybody, Meryl Doe Renee Jones stands by this declaration. We are completely shifting the paradigm of humanity such that a peaceful society is emerging. She has a heartfelt desire to put her hometown of Pueblo, Colorado on the map as a global leader in regenerative solutions. As the mother of two young leaders, Leonidas, is that right?
Leonidas. like
Leonidas and
Jesus
Zelda, she's inspired to co-create a more beautiful world our hearts know is possible. She's an authorship, coach, business consultant, teacher, mechanical engineer, community organizer, and artist. As a Reiki healer, she is co-creator of Subtle Activism and Dreamtime Revolution. She says we can be and do so much in the astral realms, and of course, starting with healing ourselves and ripping into that collective. So Doe, I'm so excited to have you here. Welcome. It's all yours.
Thank you so much, Neil. Again, so much gratitude to everyone holding sacred space, as that is the beautiful challenge opportunity before us. Again, I am Meryl Doe Renee Jones, also known simply as Doe Renee, Renee meaning rebirth, and so grateful, just in so much gratitude, feeling that now. And I stand before you today with the resolute declaration. We are on the precipice of a paradigm shift where a peaceful society is emerging now. It is an honor to be here, the Portal Ascension Conference, where we gather to unlock the boundless potential within ourselves and to co-create a more beautiful world our hearts know is possible every day, every minute, every second. So grateful to be here in my vibrant city of Pueblo, Colorado, one of the sacred energy points noted in the Keys of Enoch. And I am fueled by a heartfelt desire to lead my community, to join in a network of other communities for regenerative solutions. I am so grateful for my path of self-discovery, which has been through sacred friends choosing to leave this realm by suicide, other sacred friends leaving sooner than we would have liked, and now joining hands with them as we create that bridge and oneness for planet Earth with Astral City and the other divine realms, wishing to integrate all of the challenging lessons that we chose to have this fall that we are unfalling from, this sacred choice we made to forget that we are all members of feeling helpless for challenging issues like human trafficking, like the abuse of our young leaders who are sacred, the abuse of our planet, all these things that we may have chosen to dive into the deepest, darkest corners on this spaceship Earth heart. As we volunteered as a planet to go to these dark places so we could collect a series of lessons and experiences. And now I keep getting the guidance, we've experienced more than enough, humanity. And so with this subtle activism and dreamtime revolution, I believe and know that by healing ourselves, we can ripple transformative energy into the collective, both in the astral realms and here in our physical reality, which are really starting to become united. A central pillar in my and our mission is to dissolve naturally those oppressive systematic complexes that we did co-create, and as we own that we co-created, we realized, yes, they restricted our potential. And now we can rise into the commitment of co-creating sacred economics with thriving local and regenerative communities with the foundation and the uniqueness that I bring today, ushering in unprecedented creativity, unprecedented creativity, unprecedented creativity, fostering thriving communities. I'm so grateful to say that since 2020, the global shift of 2020, my mission to dissolve those complexes has been empowered by standing for the power of creativity through many spaces and places: Author Catalyst Academy, Sacred Feminine Co-Authorship, Circle of the One, 0 Point Leadership Academy, and in being inspired by filmmakers and media creators like those who had the bravery to put out the Sound of Freedom film out recently. And as an advocate for written word, I am so grateful to be of service, helping individuals bring their powerful messages and their books and media to the world, igniting a spark of transformation within each reader and fellow being. And I'm also so grateful to have the privilege of sharing my hometown, Pueblo, our history, our story, and celebrating our diverse heritage also as the director of the Pueblo Heritage Museum. And through my authorship, including works like the Cosmic Sagas and many more, I'm so grateful to know that I am in this now shedding light on concepts of self-appreciation, mental wellness for young people and people of all ages, and even being willing to face those challenging topics like mind control, darkness, and trafficking, and doing it from a state of mind that knows that we are co-creating a more beautiful world our hearts know is possible. That phrase I love to attribute to one of my favorite authors, Charles Eisenstein. Today, my contribution to this sacred space, this conference, takes the form of guiding and activation, a journey deep within ourselves to unlock the inner portal of creativity and radical self-expression. Inner portal of creativity and radical self-expression. Inner portal of creativity and radical self-expression. I stand for the truth, my truth, our truth, that this is the missing link for co-creating a sacred economy within and without. This experience, this now, is the catalyst for transformation, paving the way forward for collective creativity. And I'm grateful to also bring forth some sacred tools I'll be using, bringing in the energy of the Taurus or the toroid, and also the sacred crystalline energy with a sword. These two will be used in activation. And if you so choose to open yourself to this collective creativity activation, that really will be through me, through us, our collective higher self, our collective oversoul of humanity, earth family, cosmic family. The light language you may hear coming through will be actually inviting the infinite timelines where we choose peace on earth. Yes, the infinite timelines where we choose peace on earth. The infinite timelines where we choose peace on earth. And I invite you now to join me in this path of discovery and transformation. I'm starting now with an open-eyed meditation using a sacred tool that is actually available and free for all. It is called Weave Silk, and I highly recommend using it. I am so grateful to have this tool, and I invite anyone to use it. There's a lot of people who came together to make this tool. So I invite you to keep your eyes open to start for this collective creativity, unprecedented creativity, radical self-expression, activation. As I bring forth some sacred geometries that will be created newly, again, through me, however, through all of us. What we witness today will be an emanation of us. So I invite you to take several sacred, slow, deep breaths in. Feel that sacred air through our lungs. And again, I invite you to look at the screen and see the geometries as you breathe in. I invite us now to bring in that sacred blue energy, electric blue. Breathe, and I invite you to visualize it or through whatever sacred way you sense. And now that sacred blue energy will find sacred partnership with the purple energy. The purple energy, the crown. Bringing in the sacred form of several geometries within us now. And as you see the images on your screen, know and trust this is simply us being seen through resonance. Now bringing in the sacral orange energy. And as we honor all of our sacred portals within us, as we're here with Portal to Ascension, notice and honor any feelings of discomfort you may feel, or perhaps any feelings of elation or neutrality, all of it. As we now bring in the heart energy, the sacred green energy, and also along with that, the sacred pink energy. And now moving into our sacred solar plexus that has got us so far in humanity that we are now allowing to come into divine balance. As we balance the doingness with beingness. Now, I invite you, if you haven't already, to close the eyes, soften the eyes, whatever you're called to. Hear my words, our words. I'm bringing in now some sacred words that came to me through various portals of creativity that I invite you to know are truths and are now in this moment, activating you to find unprecedented levels of creativity and radical, peaceful self-expression. Stepping on the path, manifesting heaven on earth. Humanity, is time to remember our worth. Father, Son, the Holy Spirit, I'm Trinity. Hear it. Out of the matrix we break. Out of the matrix we break. Sick of being fake. That's why I stand up for my people, dropping my fear, transparent like I'm see-through. The time is near. The time is here. Shout it out to the nation. Peace is my creation, our creation, transformation. Breathe in. Breathe in here and now. I feel free at last. We feel free at last. Breathe out, let it go, change of the past. Inhale positivity, exhale negativity. The path of healing is paved with creativity. I'm not above you, like some queen or highness. See that we have equivalent blindness. I'm declaring to the people, we are equals. And to MLK and Gandhi, we are living sequels. Yeah, to MLK and Gandhi, we are living sequels. Continue to breathe and know and trust in this now. There is something a kindling perhaps, or perhaps something that was already a fire now turning into a powerful fire of transmutation and alchemy, unprecedented creativity for humanity being the missing link to dissolve all dark ways of economy. Yes, we are dissolving all dark ways of economy. We are inviting the sounds of freedom now, which are the sounds of our voices rising as one. Knowing that we are so much brighter than the sun and we are the moon, and we no longer desire to be swooned or controlled by ourselves. We desire to be in the flow. We desire to befriend time. See that time and rhymes are infinite. See that sacred technologies can be learning love with us again. I invite you to keep breathing deeply and perhaps bring to mind something that is powerful for you, something that is a creativity goal or outcome, a book, a film, a show, a course, a gift that you're willing to take forward. Perhaps even before those steps come, you're calling out to heal the past, let go of the past of trauma, just be able to function again. And I hear you, I'm with you, we are with you. Remember, we are all humans and the human race and all beings in the cosmic family. And we are remembering that we are that. I invite you to take several deep, slow breaths as I invite some sacred silence. Feel and sense whatever is there for about 44 seconds. Honor any density, honor any darkness. As we honor the darkness within us, we can co-create understanding of it. And now, if your eyes are closed, I invite you to gently open, but keep them softened. As I display on my sacred screen a toroid, which actually shows the shape of our sacred energy field around us, as well as around our Gaia and celestial bodies. We invite now resonance that will then invite flow for our unprecedented creativity. Bring to mind that creation that you might have thought of, that book that is waiting to speak through you, or whatever it may be, the healing that is seeking you. And I'll guide us now in something that I co-create in Author Catalyst Academy, where we flow, we befriend time, we see time as infinite, and we'll simply just get a sacred taste of it. These flows usually being 3 minutes with a break, 5, break, 7, break, and then 11 minutes. And I'm so grateful to say that people have come with years and years of writer's block or creativity block, instantaneously flowing. So I invite us now, you can do this just within your meditation. No need to write anything down, although I will invite about 1 minute to get any sacred water, to feel the energies and take a sacred pause, as those pauses and breaks help us flow even more powerfully. So if you're called to do so, you're feeling guided to do so, you may get a pen and paper. You may get your phone if you have access to that device or another device. You can even open up a notepad on your devices. You may even pull out a pen and paper to draw, or have this sacred time to even do movement, to record yourself, voice to text or voice memo, to even take this time to find a book on your shelf nearby that you've been committing to read. later on, I'll be reading from another book. So you can actually use this time to invite and receive creativity or also create it. And for more and loving instruction on this, I invite you to connect with me, as those of you on Zoom will see on the chat my website. And those of you watching on YouTube or Facebook, just look me up, Del Renee, and you'll be able to dive into this sacred piece of this practice. So wherever you're at, what we'll do is actually take the most time expanded version, 3 minutes and 33 seconds. And before I say that, I love always inviting what's going on in the chat. Sounds like there's some sacred movement with the disclosure movement that was just posted by Dr. Hope in the chat about disclosure legislation being passed in Senate yesterday. I'd love to hear more about that if you'd like to post, Dr. Hope. That's amazing. I feel some goodness there. And so what we're doing today is something that what I call time creation magic, where we expand time. And this will be the key as we let go of scarcity programs around time and really everything. Time is infinite. And so as we do that, we can create creativity even with other roles that we may have in this world, in this physical world. And so me personally, as an example, I have a pencil and a piece of paper here. I will just be flowing, similar to what some people on this call may be aware of with automatic writing, although it doesn't necessarily have to be construed with or connected with the concept of channeling any kind of energy or source. It could simply be setting this intention, setting a topic that you'd like to write on, and flowing. So for me, my example that I will give to you is my intention is finding acceptance, divine neutrality. And then within that, my topic is how can I be a leader in lovingly communicating the need to let go of, oh, it's just the way it is, in terms of specifically human trafficking, an issue that I'm choosing powerfully to speak more on from a loving space. And how can we do that in a way that is empowering and invites people into action and a prayer and dream time revolution? And we will be talking about subtle activism and dream time activation, and I'll give you some offering, invitation, and home play at the end. And so we'll take 3 minutes and 33 seconds to flow in whatever you're doing. You can also just meditate and witness this. So I'm going to go ahead and start a timer. Timers are a sacred tool that I love, especially as a creative and author coach and publisher. So as I always say, 3 minutes, 33 seconds starts now. Ready, set, flow. Let whatever comes through, come through. And you can also be in meditation or timed creation, imagination in your mind as well, imagining creations you'd like to create or being wherever you are. 3 minutes and 33 seconds, ready, set, flow. 1 minute, 55 seconds. Wherever you're at, you're exactly where you need to be. Keep flowing. 1 minute, 44 seconds now. About 22 more seconds. So I invite you again to join me in future spaces and places to feel more into that technique in an expanded sense. That was just the first aspect. Again, the intention to keep the hands moving, keep the voice moving, keep the creativity flowing, internal imagination flowing the whole time, so that we have accountability to keep that portal open and less likely to have distractions that are not part of that creation get in the way. And so I'll share just an example. If you were able to read what's on this back of this manila folder here, it is super messy. That's the beauty of creativity, is that it doesn't have to come out perfect. And there's even tools now like AI friends that can assist this in a greater capacity. Although today I just chose to do it organically through what came through. And so what came through for me was, I am love, thus darkness is love, as I have darkness within me. I am peace, thus war is simply peace lost, seeking resonance. I am freedom, thus slavery is freedom confused. I am now, I am me, so let us dissolve confusion, the choosing and knowing. Let us create harmony, honoring dissonance when it comes up, and bringing it back home. So that's just what came through now in that little flow session. And I know some people watching now have been on those, like my awesome mom, Nanette, who's on, and also shout out to my big sister, Layla, whose birthday it is today. And so to wrap up this sacred session, I invite you, and now through the power of the sacred geometries within us, this is a sacred crystal sword my friend made for me, and this Taurus that again are within us, the sacred feminine and divine masculine within us. Tonight in your dream time, in your sleeping life, as I call it, I invite you now, in fact, I'm declaring now, we are creating a loving, peaceful dream time revolution, subtle activism. Don't be surprised if you start to have dreams, even some intense, of rescuing people, rescuing aspects of yourself. You may have a combination of dreams that may have a feeling of subconsciousness and releasing of self, shame or confusion, and even some that may feel like you're traveling and visiting, or a combination thereof. I'm here for you in this journey, as it can be confusing. And huge shout out to my mother, Nanette, my father, Hussein, and many teachers, including Tiana Galgano, Dr. Stephen Greer, and many, many more who have taught me and guided me down this path. We don't need to choose the falsehood of, oh, that's just the way it is. The world is just a messed up place. While I honor these phrases, as one perspective of the infinite. They are no longer phrases that serve our higher power, our higher purpose. Yes, that's the way it was. Yes, I am creating now in our lifetimes, even within the next 20 years or sooner, we look back and specifically look back and see, yes, trafficking and slavery were once an insidious booming industry, and that is now dissolved. And so my invitation to you, inspired by the sacred book that got me started on my journey, Cosmic, the story of 7 women unveiling an ultimate truth for humanity, unveiling truths of connecting openly with cosmic family, disclosing 0-point energy, and having the possibility of dissolving the concept of suicide. These 7 women, 7 sisters, are within us all. And so I invite us now to end with the affirmation in chapter 3 that they bring in to open a literal portal to travel from Crestone, Colorado to Planet Mu. We are Merkabic travelers of the cosmic seas. Cosmic lesson demonstrated in this chapter, using the power of the rainbow light body. Invoking the affirmations of our chakras. I know, I see, I speak, I love, I do, I feel, I am. I know, I see, I speak, I love, I do, I feel, I am. We know who we are. We are here to manifest one of the infinite timelines where we choose peace on earth in our lifetimes. And I invite you, if you're called to, as I repeat this slowly, to repeat it in your mental, mind, heart, hearing, or even out loud. We know who we are. We are here to manifest one of the infinite timelines where we choose peace on earth in our lifetimes. Thank you so much. That last invocation can be found as a song called Cosmic Sisters on my SoundCloud. And I believe I'm completed at the end of this time, although I know this stream will ripple out into infinity. Thank you so much to Neil and Joan of Angels, the entire Portal Ascension team, for allowing me to speak on creating unprecedented creativity. And I invite you to join me in co-authorship, authorship, through many opportunities right now that are available, and connect with me if that's something that resonates with you. Thank you so much.
Whoa, you are such a goddess and such a creative talent. That was magnificent to watch and to experience. Magical.
Thank you.
And very healing. And very real. Real about what, you know, you're the trafficking and bringing awareness to that, because that's not something that people have spoken about here. So I really honor you for the truth telling.
Thank you so much for seeing that. It's been an activation recently that I allowed into my heart, whereas I always kind of knew about the concept of trafficking mentally. I saw the film Sound of Freedom and really let it into my heart and allowed myself to sob, my husband holding my hand, and created a declaration. And so if you're in the Pueblo, Colorado area or Southern Colorado, even want to travel, we're actually here in Pueblo, Colorado at the Pueblo Heritage Museum doing a whole event to benefit Operation Underground Railroad on August 4th in the sacred Lionsgate portal. So please connect with me, dorenee.com, if that resonates with you, if you'd like to know more about how you can do something, even again, if it's through that Dreamtime portal of setting the intention of what you wish to see, even if it's not physical actions you're going to take, it may be able to be done in the Dreamtime spaces.
Bringing together higher consciousness and physical in the 3D world. Very powerful. Thank you so much, Do. And I look forward to meeting your mother, by the way, when we go to Egypt.
Yeah, she's going to Egypt with you all, and I'll be there in spirit. She's watching now. Thank you, and bringing gratitude to her, who really, among everyone, was is the number one activator in my path on this journey. Thanks for letting me choose you as a mother.
I can feel how powerful that is. What makes me want to cry. Thank you for being with us, love. We're just so happy to have you. So thank you, thank you, thank you.
Aloha.
All right, let's see. What am I trying to do here? Yes, okay. All right. I'm very excited to introduce Emily. I'm just really excited. Actually, Emily Ghosh Harris, and you can turn your camera on, love, if you want. It's very beautiful. All the beings here have been very beautiful. We're really happy to welcome you to the platform, and I wanted to do an introduction for you. Yes, and I went to look at your website. It's very beautiful. So Emily Ghosh Harris is an intuitive guide and multidimensional business mentor here to help humanity reconnect to their divine gifts, remember what it feels like to love themselves unconditionally, and return to unity consciousness. She is founder and CEO of Soul Media, a company focused on elevating conscious companies and spiritual entrepreneurs through digital marketing, holistic consulting, and intuitive business practices. Earlier in this incarnation, Emily received a master's degree in business and spent 15 years in the business world. Her personal path of self-discovery has drawn upon a deep love for astrology, neuroscience, psychology, and energy work, all of which have assisted her in her own embodiment journey and inspired her to combine spiritual tools with business practices in order to create a blueprint for greater energetic flow with the universe, which she shares through one-on-one sessions and in group settings. Eternally curious, Emily is the host of the international spiritual show, The Soul Collective, featuring interviews with inspiring individuals who are dedicated to serving humanity as we collectively ascend and raise consciousness. And I just want to say, as one who has been on her show, she has an amazing show, so go check it out. And she's an amazing being. So we are looking forward to your presentation, Emily.
Oh, thank you, Joan. Thank you so much for that beautiful introduction. I just want to express my gratitude to you and to Neil and to Portal to Ascension. I'm so honored and grateful to be here with
it really is our
everyone
honor
today.
to host you and all the other speakers. So I can't wait to hear what you have to tell us tonight. All right.
Awesome. Well, we are going to be exploring the stars and sound today. And I would love to invite everyone to just close the eyes down for a moment. I'd love to offer a short sound activation. So just closing the eyes down, turning the gaze inward, and just taking a few deep, nourishing breaths. So just welcoming everyone back together today. And what we're going to be exploring during our time together is the power of sound healing to help us during these times of ascension and awakening. And if you think about it, we truly are all sound healers. Life begins with the heartbeat, and we come into the world with a big wah, a big cry announcing our arrival. And slowly over time, perhaps we're told to shh, to quiet down, to be nice. And we're influenced by society's expectations. We can be influenced by mass consciousness, by different frequencies. But really, as we remember our unique soul song, it is our true harmonic resonance. It is who we are before the world told us who we should be. And sometimes this can become harder to authentically express. I know that's been the case in my own journey, but this is the work that we are all doing, every single one of us right now. This is the healing that's being done. We are peeling back the layers of the onion, so to speak, to reveal our truest expression. And it is this inner work that allows us to transmit and to receive with greater clarity. And what I really want to illuminate here is the power of our voices. You see, because our voices carry the vibration of our history, of our experiences through this incarnation. And it's my understanding that our voices not only carry the resonance, the experiences of this incarnation, but of all of our lifetimes. And so that's what we're going to be exploring today. During our time together, we're going to talk a little bit about the Aries Libra nodal axis shift that's happening in a few days, that's helping us to deepen our self-identity and self-expression. We're going to talk about sound healing and how it's one of the most powerful and profound healing modalities, especially the power of our own voice. And I'm going to share just a few practical tools to help navigate these transformational times. So just in a few days, on July 18th, we're going through a very significant astrological change that's going to impact every single one of us. The nodes of the moon are going to change from Taurus, Scorpio to Aries, Libra. And for astrology lovers out there, I'd love for you to share in the chat if you know perhaps where this is impacting you personally in your astrological chart. But for each of us, this is going to impact us a little bit differently. But the significance of the nodes is that they help us to move forward collectively. They help us to our true destiny. And the nodes are calculated by the intersection of the ecliptic of the moon and the earth. And when they change signs, they stay in each sign for about 18 and a half months. And what they can bring forward for us is collective themes that we're moving through. And they can also indicate the shadow work that we are invited to do as a collective. They also indicate where the eclipses are going to be for the next 18 months, which we know eclipses are an area of personal transformation. So it's a very big shift that we're going through. And let's take a look back. Let's take a look back at some of the significant nodal axes placements over the past few years. You know, we all know the impact, the significance of the year 2020, where there was so much change taking place. What was the nodal axis during this time? We look at the nodes and they were in the sign of Gemini and Sagittarius. So what's the significance of this? Gemini, Sagittarius are themes around truth, around communication, around the spread of ideas and information, perhaps misinformation. They also bring up the theme around travel. So we can see how potent this was during that time. And if we look back at the last 18 months, we see the themes that we were moving through with the Taurus-Scorpio axis. Taurus-Scorpio brings up the themes around worth, around resources, around money, the banking system, food, around our body and our reproductive rights, around food supply. So we can see how these themes have been really present and at the forefront. And now we're moving to Aries Libra, which I'm going to share about in a moment. But let's take a look forward, right? Let's take a look at where we're going, because in 2025, the nodal axis is going to shift to Pisces Virgo, which is the axis of healing. It's the axis of service. It's about using our gifts in a creative way to heal, to be of service. So I wouldn't be surprised at during this time, we see an even greater of all of the modalities, all of the tools that have been explored during today's conference. But why is it significant that we're going through this shift of Aries Libra, moving us forward collectively? Aries Libra is about the me versus the we. In astrology, it is the first house, which rules our self-identity, and the balance with that between relationships, the I versus the we. And really, with a higher octave of Aries realizes that our inner guidance is the most important guidance that we can receive. And we're living in a day and age where there's so much external noise, and there's such an emphasis on looking externally for guidance, right? There's even an app that can tell us what mood we're in. It's crazy when you think about it. You know, there's an app that can tell us our blood pressure, right? And truly the most powerful thing that we can do is to listen to our own inner guidance. The days of looking externally for a guru that is above are over, right? That's Pluto moving through Capricorn that helps us dissolve some of these hierarchies that are no longer serving us. And so the evolved expression of Aries are really the embodiment of themes around sovereignty, around courage, around our self-identity, our independence, our leadership, right? Aries is that pioneering, that initiating fire energy that helps us to move forward with divine courage and conviction, with a clear sense of self. And so what I really want to highlight here is that this axis is concerned with the self and our projection out into the world. We know and we can recognize the oneness, we can recognize the interconnectedness of all that is. and yet also simultaneously hold our own expression as significant, as an important piece of this universe, the multiverse, right? And so we realize that the only way that we can access our innate spiritual wisdom and gifts is through truly knowing thyself. It's through one's inner journey. And it's through knowing oneself that we're able to truly know another. It's through healing our own system that we understand the healing of all systems. And so from there, I want to invite this exploration around sound, because what we are noticing is just an explosion, an expansion of sound, and really this remembrance of the fact that we are made of sound and how powerful a modality it is to bring us back into our truest expression, into our true harmonic resonance. And ancient cultures knew the power of sound, right? One of the most ancient texts says, in the beginning was the word, right? They're alluding to the fact that sound was the primary force of creation. And there is a Hopi legend of a spider woman who basically sang over all of these inanimate objects of the earth and brought them into creation. See, all of these ancient cultures utilized the power of sound, from aiding in childbirth to fertility to the acceptance of death, to summoning the spirits and our ancestors, to curing sickness, to ridding the body of disease. These are just some of the many ways that sound technology was used. And especially in terms of manifestation, it's been told that creator gods would actually visualize the object that they would like to manifest, and they would emanate a sound frequency that matched the object that they were bringing into being. And it was through that frequency that things would materialize. So not to underestimate the power of our voices to bring things into existence. High priestesses and oracles relied on the power of getting into trance, right, with sound and dance to be able to channel the divine. And what we're doing right now, I believe, is we are remembering this ancient technology and how it can heal us on such a quantum level. So when we look at and we explore the benefits of sound, they are vast, and there have been numerous studies on the benefit of sound. And we know that sound is a carrier wave of consciousness, and sound can help us to increase our oxygen levels. It can help us to reduce anxiety. It can help us to sleep better. It can help us to lower our blood pressure, right? The list goes on and on. And these are some of the things that are maybe more quantifiable that we can measure. But what we're beginning to explore more is the etheric benefits of sound. How sound can transform us on a cellular level. And what I find really interesting is that there was an article that was published in the New York Times in 1988, right? The New York Times being a mainstream media outlet. And they said that sound can make, break, or rearrange molecules, control the crystalline structure of matter, and even levitate objects or blobs of liquid. This is in mainstream media in 1988. So we can see just how powerful sound is. And many are probably familiar with a study that was done by Dr. Hans Jenny, which basically looked at the effects of sound on matter. And what he did was he had plates and he had different filaments and different like powdered like substances, and he would play different sounds. And what he noticed was that there was such a profound difference in what sound frequencies created in the matter, in the filaments. They were like snowflakes. Each sound would create a different crystalline structure. And so this technology has been advanced over time. There's a somatic instrument that actually allows us to replenish parts of the body, organs and tissues that are deficient in different nutrients and different harmonic tones. But what's really fascinating is the work of John Stewart Reed right now, who has been researching how the body receives sound forming cymatics on the walls of the cell. Crystalline structures rearranging the walls of your cells, right? To be able to awaken and activate the body's healing response. This is helping cells wake up from a sleep state, and you can see how we're actually activating and turning on our DNA, which is so exciting. And so what I want to share a little bit about is just the brain waves and how we do go into a greater state of relaxation when we're in a sound healing session or just listening. Maybe we're chanting, maybe we're listening to relaxing music, because most of us, in this 3D realm are in a beta wave brainwave state. And this is when we're in that more go, go, go in the thinking mind. And what sound can do, and meditation and some of these modalities that are really coming to the forefront, is that they help us to bring us into an expanded state of consciousness. And this is where the magic happens, right? This is where the body can heal, can repair. And this is why I believe healing takes place on a more accelerated level, because we're accessing these more receptive, more psychic brainwave states. And when we slow the body down, we're able to enter these states of deep relaxation, of deep healing. And so what I want to invite us is to realize that there are so many sound healing modalities out there. And what's fascinating is that one of the most powerful modalities is something that we all have access to, which is our voice. And Dr. Fabian Maman conducted a study where he compared different instruments. He compared the xylophone and bass and drums and gongs and guitars to the human voice. And what he was looking at specifically was the ability of these different instruments, including the voice, to dissolve cancer cells. And he found that there was a high efficacy in many of the instruments, but the greatest of all is. See, there's something in our voices that contain our own spiritual resonance, that contain the ability to transform us individually on a cellular level. And we can do this just from chanting, from toning the vowels. You know, there are monks in Tibet that have perfected this one chord, and it's a one chord note that they actually spend 7 years dedicating their lives to perfecting. And it's said to be incredibly healing. But the good news is that we do not have to be professional singers, and we do not need to spend 7 years perfecting one note, because just in the act of us toning, of us humming, of us chanting can have an effect on a cellular level. So I want to share some really basic tools to help us during this time of celestial self-mastery and self-expression. We know that during this nodal axis shift, we are being really encouraged to express our own unique voice with courage, to embrace our autonomy, and to let go of the false frequencies of people pleasing. And so one of the simple invitations that I'd like to share is around releasing stuck emotions. Because as babies, we are naturally able to express. And if you look at a baby, they just allow emotions to flow through them so fluidly. You know, a baby will laugh, and when a baby is frustrated, it'll cry out, right? And so somewhere along the line, perhaps we're taught that our emotions are not acceptable, to maybe stop crying or to tone it down a little bit. And our emotions can get stuck in the body. But by actually allowing our feel, allowing our emotions to pass through us and just to honor our emotions, that is a huge part of this journey, a part of the inner alchemy that we are all going through right now. And when we are able to be the neutral observer, to come into the 0 point and just to hold ourselves with unconditional love for any and all emotions that are arising, this can be incredibly healing. And so the next thing that I want to invite is just recognizing that your body is the greatest instrument. You know, sometimes we forget that. Sometimes we neglect that, but truly our physical vessels, our divine temples are meant to be appreciated. And really in this incarnation, it is about intention. It's about finding joy and finding pleasure in our bodies and being kind to our bodies and tuning to our bodies, right? Noticing what our bodies need, whether it's a little bit more water or a little bit more sleep. How can we be kinder to ourselves and ourselves? And the other thing I want to share about this is connecting with some form of your own music, because your body is an instrument. And one of the greatest myths that I think we've been told is that we can't sing. And that's something that's been perpetuated, whether it's, you look at one of the biggest fears is of public speaking, right? That is definitely intentional, because look at the power of our voices. They actually have the ability to change us on a molecular, on a cellular level. And so whether it's toning or chanting or humming, that can be so healing. And making a time for that in your day-to-day life, whether it's upon waking, can be a really great time to connect with your voice. The other thing that I want to invite is freeing your voice from negative programming. There are these false frequencies that keep us from our authentic soul song. And that is often the shadow. The shadow of Libra, right, is the people pleasing, the needing to be liked. And when that happens, we can begin to ignore our own inner voice. And that's really how our intuition is continued to be cultivated and deepened, is by listening and by removing those voices that want to keep you small, that want to keep you from shining your light, from sharing your unique gifts, from bringing forth the unique medicine that you came here to be and to share. And so we're invited to let those small voices go. And I know that, everyone here, everyone tuning in is on this journey, right, of being dedicated to the journey of self-mastery. And what I really believe is that we are all going through the step-by-step process of coming into more of our own I am presence. This is coming into our spiritual adult operating system, where we can realize that we can embrace and honor ourselves. We can embrace and honor each other, while at the same time following our own unique path, our own authentic truth. And so a master really takes responsibility for our thoughts, our beliefs, our words, our actions, and how they have the impact of consciously creating our reality. So I want to just close today by one last reminder, and that is knowing that your vibe attracts your tribe, right? It sounds cliche, and yet it's true. And this is also about the Aries Libra axis, which is about coming into right relationship. And how do we do that? We do that by coming into our own unique harmonic resonance, our own unique soul song. Because when we emanate that and allow that to flow forth, we automatically magnetize, we begin to attract the soul family, those deeper connections that are so meaningful and important. So as we close our time together, I just want to remind you all of the power of your voice to heal, and how your authentic soul song is so deeply needed in the world, in the universe. And I just want to thank Portal to Ascension, thank Neil and Joan for giving us this beautiful platform to be able to connect with Soul Family and bringing us these tools. So thank you all so much.
That was very beautiful, Emily, your soul song. I love that. And you were speaking to me because I have a voice that croaks, and I'm sure that I can't sing, and how important the music is to our soul. So Very well done. And thank you so much for sharing that wisdom with us.
Yeah.
Your
Emily,
vibe
so
attracts your
synchronistic.
tribe.
Go ahead, Joan, sorry.
Your vibe attracts your tribe. Of
Mhm.
course, your vibrational frequency attracts everything.
What's that one quote? Is this the quote about like your frequency is the average of your 5 best friends, or something like that?
Yes, yeah, I love that.
Yeah.
Is that
Oh
Jim
my
Rohn or
God.
something? Yeah.
So Emily, it's extremely synchronistic that, you know, today flowed perfectly. We had an opening ceremony with Sabine. We didn't even plan it that way. We had 2 foundational presentations, and then we went to transmissions, and then we ended with my favorite modality, sound frequency. And the crazy part is, just an hour ago, my friend's here, and I was talking about chanting the vowels. I was talking about my modalities of pretty much all the things you hit on. I just had a conversation about an hour ago, including to the fine, like the nitty gritty of the fear of public speaking, right? And how, because it's the fear of public speaking, and then the fear of death is second, right?
Right.
So you would wonder, like, why is the fear of death second? Well, every single day, every single moment, you're not thinking about dying, but you're thinking about speaking, right? And connecting. We even went into talking about the fact that our voices are our biggest instrument, and that was the original sound tool. We didn't have all this technology. As we devolved in consciousness, we began creating technology to mimic what we could do with our own voices.
Full body chills.
And we're going back to that. And as we do that, we realize we have the whole power within us all along. We have the reset button within us through our own words.
Yes.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. Well done. Well done,
Appreciate you,
Emma.
Emily. Incredible presentation.
Thank you. Thank you both so much.
See you later. Talk soon.
Very beautiful, Neil.
Yeah.
Extremely. And you know, when you and I do toning together, I have to wait till you like get the tones going so I can find some place to harmonize. It's kind of very
Right.
interesting.
Yeah, I would love to do chanting workshops on Portal's Ascension online. You know,
Well, you can.
and do that. Yeah, just get like
Absolutely.
a different platform, different microphone, but doing that and routinely, maybe even like a weekly check-in where we just get together and chant for the week, you know, and even pick different things that we chant for, you know, healing ourselves, healing the planet. That'd be pretty cool.
Well, that's how you plan everything. You get an idea and then suddenly it's on the calendar and we send out invitations to everyone. So
And it happens.
I look forward to something like that.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
So first, because Joan, you're going to do a little thing in a minute, right?
Yeah.
Okay, you're going to close this out. So it'll be great for you to take over in a second here and then just take us all the way to the end, including a closing thing, right?
Sure.
And but let's check in with everybody. How are you all doing? And would love for you to share in the chat right now just how was today for you. Share whatever's coming to you, any thoughts, words, feelings. You know, let's just do a little check-in. And we contributed to the collective field in the beginning by just adding whatever we felt we wanted to focus on for healing. So now let's do another check-in here, and whatever kind of emotions are coming up, it'd be great if you share.
Right. And how your energies changed from this morning when we started. You know, what shifted in your body or your mind or your spirit as we went through the day. So I think that's great. And guys, don't forget, we're going to Glastonbury. I want to remind everyone about it, Glastonbury, and you can actually get the live stream, and Neil offered a great coupon for it, a great discount, right? What was that, PTA?
PTA 50, and somebody mentioned to me that the coupon wasn't working, so I fixed it, so it works now.
Okay, the coupon fixing. Okay, perfect.
Mm-hmm.
Wonderful.
All right, Joan, you want to take us away?
I absolutely would take you away. And so guys, thank you so much, Neil. I love you. I love how Neil supports me and just, you know, we support each other. We support all of you. So guys, most of you know me as Joan of Angels. Very few of you know that I'm actually Dr. Joan Hangarter. And I was trained as a chiropractor. When I was very young, I moved to an ashram in Los Angeles. And one night I went to a seminar in the ashram, and we were supposed to put our intentions and our thoughts and what we wanted out into the universe. And so I asked Spirit to tell me what my career was, like what's my purpose? What should I do? I heard a voice, literally heard a voice in my right ear. It said, go to chiropractic school. So the next day I went and looked at all the different chiropractic schools, and I enrolled in one. I can't even believe it, but I enrolled. I can't even remember which one, Pasadena. And I went home, and there was a check that had come from my grandfather's estate for the exact amount of the tuition, $832. I'll never forget it. And I took it as a confirmation that I was to be a chiropractor. So what I want to share tonight is how I learned as a chiropractor that my gift was to help people turn their power on. And every time I would finish an adjustment with someone, I'd say, well, we've turned your power on. We've turned your power on. And so how did we do that? Well, what I learned in chiropractic is that the power that made the body can heal the body. But we need to learn how to direct that power. So I thought I'd share a little bit about that with you, because originally I was going to speak and then I wasn't. But the other day I did a spiritual chiropractic session with someone in Texas. I'm here in Portugal, and she had sciatica pain. And through turning the power on in her body and aligning it properly, even just through Zoom, through working with the energy and working through this tool that I'm going to teach you now and leave you with, I call it the angel switch. So her sciatica was gone by the end of the session. And how did we do that? We did that by aligning her body, mind, and spirit in a way that allowed that power I'm talking about, to run through your body. So what is this power? Well, it's a unique innate intelligence. We talk about bringing in energy through our crown chakra. And I talk a lot about, in my own webinars, I talk about connecting to the heavens and to the earth, and then bringing this energy down through your crown chakra. But what I don't usually talk about is this innate intelligence that knows how to direct every part of your body. While we were sitting on this webinar today, on this conference, your innate intelligence told your body to digest your food, to break it properly, to sit up straight, to take notes, pay attention. It had your heart beating without you even thinking about it. It's not like you called up your heart and said, look, guys, I'm going to go to a conference today, but right now, can you keep my heart beating while I'm not paying attention? We don't have to pay attention to the fact that our lungs organically breathe without us telling it what to do or to circulate our blood. And that's because this innate intelligence comes through our body and tells it what to do. So how does it come through? It comes through the crown chakra. And you can do this with me so you can feel it. But what comes through here, through the top of your brain, and it'll come down, and it'll come down through that back of your head, back of your neck, and then it'll go down through the vertebrae at the top of your spine. Well, all is well, and that energy can flow very properly, very smoothly, unless it's interfered with. And how is it interfered with? Well, it's interfered with by things like accidents, say, or worry or stress, or constantly looking at your cell phone and bending your neck down. And once it's interfered with, then that power doesn't get through. And when that power doesn't get through, you're not innervating your heart, your lungs. Your body doesn't have as much vitality as it needs to function 100%. And so the goal is to function 100%. So I teach this to some of my clients, and there is a switch right here at the back of your neck. I was going to show some slides, but it's too late for us to do that. But if you visualize, your brain stem comes down here, the spinal cord is here, and there's vertebrae on both sides. And there's one vertebrae that's pointy, and the other one is just like this, the atlas and the axis. When the axis gets bent, it may push this atlas, this bone, and it'll literally cut off the flow of your energy. Not only your physical energy, but your connection to source. I used to have patients come in the office, and I would adjust this bone, and they would suddenly report to me, they'd come back and say, oh my God, Joan, I'm able to meditate now, or my meditations are amazing. They're fantastic. Every time you adjust me, I get closer to the divine. And even in those days, I didn't quite know what closer to the divine meant, but I did get that their meditations and their connections to source were getting better. So you have this angelic switch of consciousness right here. And if you are having a bad day, or you are having pain, or parts of your body are not working right, you could use very simple technique on your own to move it. Now, or you can go to your chiropractor and say, well, can you turn that angel switch of mine on? But it's right here, right behind your neck. And all you need to do is tap on it and maybe start to push it a little bit and pull up on your skull a little bit. And it's easier probably when you're lying down, but you can feel which bone feels out of place. You might feel more of a lump on the right side or the left. And then you can gently start to push it in place. At the same time, envisioning that you're turning on your switch. Now, I use an image. For me, I'm very practical. I have to see it. So I actually see a switch in front of me. Teach my clients that too. On the left is right. On the left is 0. On the right is 10. And you can see yourself not just even tapping this to get it working, but turning up that switch so that your power is turned on. So think about it. When you can turn on your body's power to heal, when you can turn that so that the energy flows from the divine, from the heavenly realms through your innate intelligence that can turn on every single function in your body, you can actually access that by that angelic switch. And that's what I felt was so important to share tonight, that we, each and every one of us, has that power to turn on the healing energies in your body. So I want you tonight to, when you see, for Neil and I, it's like 10:30 at night, but for you guys, when you go through your day, and then when you get home and you lay down tonight, start to reflect on all the amazing wisdom that you've learned today, but also start to think about this alignment that you have and how you can turn on your own body's power to heal. Does that make sense? So every day in every way, you're getting better and better. That's an affirmation I've always used. And I can turn up my own power. I can turn on that switch of mine to be well. There's one other tool that I used to teach everyone. I'm going to teach you that very quickly. You can imagine a horizontal line in front of you, and on the left side is 0, and on the right side is 10, and there's a switch like a clock hand going this way and this way. So 0 on the left is like no energy. 10 on the right is fully empowered, embraced, turned on with your innate intelligence flowing through it. So if you're feeling low, just imagine yourself turning up that dial until it gets to a 10. And you will find you feel more empowered and more in your body and ready to do the work that you came in to do. I used to teach about soul purpose too all the time. I'd say, when you're a 10, you can do what you came here to do. All circuits running, full blast, empowered to be you. So that's what I came here to tell you today. That you can turn on your own switch. You can turn on your power to be a 10, to vibrate at that 10 level. And so that you can have the power, the energy to do your unique soul mission and what you came here to do. So I want to thank you for being here and listening to me. I am Joan of Angels, Oracle of Ancient Wisdom, a spiritual advisor, and a spiritual chiropractor. I can actually help heal people on Zoom, which is most amazing. But I'm here to help you remember who you are and why you're here, and to turn up your power. So that's what I came here to do. You can check out Joan of Angels. I don't really go by Dr. Joan Hangarter anymore, because Dr. Joan of Angels sounded off. Sometimes I'll laugh about it, but you could call me Dr. Joan as well. So that's what I wanted to tell everyone, Neil.
Beautiful, Joan. Thank you so much. Good day, huh? We did it.
Oh, great day. We did it. We did it. We did it. Guys, we love you so much. And, Neil started off with this whole thing about healing and how he didn't want to take the responsibility away from people and sort of impose healing. But every one of our speakers today brought out how you heal your own body, how these tools can help your body turn on your innate intelligence.
Right, right. And yeah, there's basically many modalities, it's kind of like portal to ascension. There's a lot of different information, all heading towards the same goal, the upliftment and the evolution of humanity, but through different types of avenues. And the same thing is for healing. There's so many different modalities you can utilize. We just scratched the surface today. So hopefully there's some inspiration here, and that you also receive the frequencies of all the practitioners and what they're putting out there. And we put that in the collective field. You know how we began.
Yeah.
Joan, you there?
I was just saying that about you.
Did I freeze or you freeze? Someone froze.
I don't know.
Okay.
We're back. We're back.
Well, what I was saying is we started out this event with an energetic bubble where we put things into the field, right? So we'll close it out in the same way where we imagine that. Linda says, yes, yes, and sometimes you just need a little help from others to remind you. Thank you for today.
Oh, we love you.
So let's read some of these comments before we officially close out. Deeply grateful. Thank you, Kristen. So thank you, Sabine. Yeah, let's close this out the way we began it. And I'm going to do a poem, believe it or not.
Of course. Did you?
Believe it
Absolutely.
or not.
What is a portal to ascension event without Neil doing his poetry?
I always love your face every time I say that too. All right, so I'm going to close the poem, but first we're going to take a moment here just to envision all of not just what we put into the field, but just what the world, the healing for the world, the healing for all the individuals, the atrocities, the pain, the struggle, the hardships, the darkness, all of the challenges that we go through as a collective humanity in order to continue evolving and gaining the experiences that we seem to have signed up to come and get. And as Lori was speaking about, that it's really time for us to shift from this contraction and pain mentality to that of expansion and moving into that reality. And as we do that, the only way to do that is to process what is locked within us, what's locked within our fascia, what's locked within our subconscious, what's locked in us through our past lives and incarnations. And so what we're going to do now is we have the opportunity through our imagination, through this quantum field, through this frequency existence, to add to that and imagine all of those challenges, traumas, struggles, strife for all of humanity and for yourself within it, entering the black hole in the center of the galaxy to be recycled, to be processed so that we can move into this new reality. So let's do that together. And then I'm going to do a poem in about 20 seconds after that. We're going to just keep silent for 20 seconds as we imagine again everything. Imagine a supermassive black hole in the center of the galaxy, right? The supermassive black hole. And all the pain, strife, struggle, trauma, drama that we acquired through incarnation after incarnation, incarnation, from the moment you were born, from the moment you were smacked on the butt as a little baby, from all the traumas that we acquired in this life and beyond and off planet, we're now sending to the center of the galaxy, the black hole, to be recycled so that we can inherit the new world.
And so it is.
So let's just do that for around 15 seconds. We'll just keep silent, and then I'll start the poem. The moment draws near. For years, we've been purging all fears, letting go of the old energies, making room for the new frequencies. I know we all feel these on some level. Higher multidimensional entities embracing our galactic families, emissaries of unconditional love. The one vibration that fits all creation like a glove. I know that sometimes this incarnation, it can seem tough. with masons, illuminating manipulations, facing, tasting, wasting our life away. We must remember the lessons that we are here to play. We chose to be here today. Nothing external to you, to your God self you pray. There is only one speck of light, experiencing itself in multiple forms within our sight, taking us to new heights. So go against the norm, no longer conform. When one transitions, there's no need to mourn, no scorn. Take out the thorn. The crystalline children are now being born. There is no devil waiting for you with horns. There is only love. The vibration showering us descended straight from densities above. We must stand up and say enough and take our power back. With peace and understanding, there's no reason to attack and energize fear, as they are all reflections of us. It is time to trust our brothers and sisters. This is all a self-imposed test. We all got the jobs. Put all our concerns to rest. Through the darkness, the light will firmly nest into the dimension that is next. The moment is now to resurrect the Christ consciousness. The moment is now to resurrect the Christ consciousness. The moment is now to resurrect the Christ consciousness. Take a deep breath in together, everybody. Deep breath in. Let it out with a sigh, let it all go. Okay. That's a wrap, Johnny. You're muted. Unmute.
I said, that's a wrap, everyone. And thank you for joining us.
Thank you, everybody. Love you all. Have a beautiful night. Bye.